It was just past midnight when the call came through, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, even if you've been doing this job long enough to think nothing can. I'd been cruising the old county highway for hours, headlights cutting through the fog that clung low to the asphalt like it had somewhere to hide. Nothing unusual, just the usual emptiness, the black that stretches past the edges of the road, and the faint hum of my engine. Then the radio crackled, just a soft, drawn-out pop, but enough to make my pulse jump. Unit 5-2, report of a van, stationary mile marker 34 middle of the lane, the dispatcher said. Her voice was calm, professional, but it carried a strange weight, like she was holding something back, or maybe trying not to panic herself. I tightened my grip on the wheel. Mile marker 34 was dead quiet, the kind of place where the road bends and the trees crowd in close. You could see headlights from a mile off, but even so, I felt my stomach twist. Something about the way she said it, middle of the lane, made my teeth clench. Copy that. On my way. I replied, but my voice sounded hollow inside the cab. I flicked the siren on for just a second. Not enough to announce myself fully, just enough to stir the night. The fog swallowed it almost instantly. I drove slower than usual, scanning the stretch of road ahead. There was nothing, no reflection from a windshield, no dark shape of a van looming in the fog, just road markers fading into mist. I eased the car past the curve, headlights slicing through the white blur, and still nothing. The dispatcher's voice returned, quieter now, almost hesitant. It's still there, right in the center. I blinked at the empty road. My hands were slick on the wheel. I felt the unease settle deep in my chest. It wasn't a rational fear. I've seen plenty of abandoned cars, plenty of late-night hazards. But this felt wrong. I slowed even more, creeping forward like I was approaching a wounded animal. The fog swirled around the headlights. And then, just at the edge of visibility, I saw it, a dark rectangle sitting stubbornly in the middle of the lane. No lights, no movement. The van looked old, rusted around the edges, like it had been abandoned for years, yet somehow freshly parked. I cut the engine, letting the silence settle over the cab. The fog moved as though alive, curling around the tires, whispering against the metal. My radio clicked again. Unit 5-2, are you there? The dispatcher's voice trembled. I realized then that she hadn't sounded like this before. There was an urgency now, a tension, a fear that I wasn't used to hearing from her. I see it. I whispered, more to myself than to her. My stomach sank. Even from this distance, the van was wrong. The shadows under it didn't match the contours of the tires. The fog around it clung heavier than anywhere else, darker, like it was breathing. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and the cold night air hit my lungs with sharp, biting edge. I scanned the van again. License plates, headlights, a driver, nothing. Just an empty, hulking silhouette in the fog. I circled it slowly, my flashlight slicing through the mist. The beam caught the windows first. Dark, opaque, reflective. Nothing inside. No seats, no steering wheel, no sign of human life. That made my chest tighten. It should have been easy to see through. It should have made sense. But it didn't. And then I saw it. A child's drawing taped to the inside of the windshield. Stick figures holding hands. Bright colors against the gray night. Innocent, almost cheerful. And yet, the edges of the paper were damp, like it had been outside for hours, maybe longer. I leaned closer. The faces of the figures were smudged, almost distorted, like they'd been crying. The hair on my arms prickled. Something about it didn't belong. I could feel it pressing against my chest. My radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't the dispatcher. A static hiss, whispering, almost words. I swore I heard my own name. I jumped back, heart hammering. The van was silent again, nothing moving, nothing breathing, just sitting there. I want to call it in to get back up, but my voice stuck in my throat. My instinct screamed that this was no ordinary call. That's when I noticed it. The fog around the van moved differently than the fog elsewhere. It twisted in unnatural patterns, like smoke caught in a wind tunnel. I shone the flashlight under the van. Tires, axles, nothing unusual, but the shadows looked wrong. Deep, too deep. The kind of darkness that feels like it can swallow sound. I stepped back, tripping over a loose stone, and the van seemed bigger, wider, taller. My mind tried to tell me it was an illusion, fog and fear messing with perception. But my gut told me something more was here. Something alive. Maybe not in the way we understand life. Unit 5 to report. The dispatcher's voice came again, almost pleading. I realized she'd gone completely quiet before, just listening to something I couldn't hear. I took a deep breath, trying to focus. The night had ears. The highway had eyes. And that van had a weight to it, like it belonged somewhere else entirely. Somewhere it shouldn't be. I circled it once more. Each step felt heavier, slower, as if the air itself was resisting me. I tapped the side with my flashlight handle. Solid, real, cold metal, but it hummed. A faint vibration under my fingers. Almost imperceptible. Almost wrong. I stepped back, trying to shake off the feeling, telling myself I was imagining it. And then I heard it. The sound of a door opening. A soft, slow creak that echoed to fog. I swung the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing. The van remained silent, unmoving, but the air shifted. The mist curled differently now, and I swear I saw movement inside the windows. Just a shadow flicker. Maybe my mind playing tricks. Maybe something else entirely. I swallowed hard. My throat dry, my stomach twisting. The dispatcher's voice returned, almost a whisper. Unit 5-2, do not approach. The words froze me. They weren't coming from a radio. Not really. They were coming from somewhere deeper, from a place I couldn't locate. And I realized something awful. I wasn't in control. Not here. Not tonight. I stepped back toward my car, heart hammering, adrenaline burning in my veins. I had to get out of there. But as I reached for the door handle, the van shifted. Not moved, not driven, shifted. Just a hair's breadth forward, and the fog inside the headlights thickened, curling around it, swallowing the road behind me. I stumbled back, hands gripping the hood of my car, feeling the cold metal bite into my palms. And that's when I saw it again, the child's drawing. Only this time, the stick figures weren't smiling. Their faces were black voids, empty, watching me. I didn't think. I turned the key, engine roaring to life, tires spinning gravel, fog whipping past. The van didn't follow. Not yet, but I knew it could. I knew it would. And as I drove off, eyes glued to the road ahead, headlights slicing through mist, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not by the road, not by the fog, but by something that shouldn't exist at all. And behind me, in the center of mile marker 34, the van waited. I parked a few feet from the van, leaving the engine running this time. Every instinct screamed at me not to touch it, not to get too close. Yet I couldn't stop myself. Something about that fog, the way it wrapped around the tires like fingers, pulled me forward. My flashlight traced the rusted edges and pitted metal. The license plate should have been there, a small rectangle of proof that it belonged somewhere. But it wasn't. Not a single mark. Not even a scratch where one might have been torn off. I crouched closer, shining the beam underneath, thinking maybe it had fallen. Maybe some kid had stolen it for mischief. Nothing. The shadowed undercarriage stared back, smooth and ordinary in structure, yet heavy with wrongness. I felt my throat tighten. How could a van exist here, on this road, without a single identifying mark? 100 questions bounce in my head. Who owns it? Why is it here? And why did it feel alive when it didn't move? My hand shook as I reached for the door handle. Cold, solid metal. Real. The fog around me seemed to pulse with my heartbeat. I paused, realizing I hadn't called it in yet. Not for backup, not even for confirmation. Something in the pit of my stomach told me I shouldn't. And yet, curiosity clawed at me. I couldn't leave without knowing what I was looking at. The child's drawing taped to the windshield caught my eye again. I hadn't examined it closely before. My flashlight flickered across it, revealing details I hadn't noticed in the distance. Stick figures, yes, but their faces, smudged, almost like fingerprints had dragged across them. Arms stretched out too long, bodies tilted at impossible angles. The colors were bright in contrast to the gray night. yellow suns, green grass, a red square that might have been a house. Innocent. Yet something in the way the figure stared up from the page made me feel watched. I knelt closer, brushing the edges with a finger, damp, frayed, as if the fog itself had seeped into it. I wondered for a moment if the drawing had been here all along, or if it had appeared after I first saw the van. My pulse picked up, the faint static on my radio filling the silence like whispers I almost understood. I circled the van again, flashlight sweeping the tires, the body, the roof. Something felt off. The van wasn't parked perfectly, not aligned to the road, just a slight angle, just enough to make the headlights catch in odd ways to distort the shadows. I leaned down, pressing my ear to the metal near the wheel. Nothing. No engine, no movement. Yet the vibration I felt before, faint, almost like a purr under the surface, was back. Then I noticed the dirt along the frame. Fresh, thick, but no footprints leading to it. No tire tracks before it. Only here, right now, it didn't make sense. Vehicles don't materialize in the middle of the road, unregistered, without a trace. My training told me to rationalize, to find a mundane explanation, but my instinct screamed otherwise. I tapped on the hood, lightly, listening. Solid. The vibration hummed under my knuckles, stronger this time. It wasn't mechanical. I stepped back, the fog curling around my boots, thickening as though it knew my fear. And that's when I realized something more disturbing. The van's shadow didn't match its shape. The light from my flashlight cast angles that should have been predictable, yet the dark mass shifted, stretching toward the trees at impossible angles. The radio crackled again, static first, then the dispatcher's voice, shakier now, almost pleading. Unit 5-2, are you sure? Don't... It cut off. Just a fragment, broken. My chest tightened. I felt like the night itself was leaning in, listening. I straightened, trying to rationalize. Maybe a prank. Some kid playing a trick. But I would have seen tire tracks if it had been driven here. Someone would have left footprints in the gravel. Nothing. Silence, heavy and thick, pressing against me. I moved closer to the windshield again. The drawing. I couldn't take my eyes off it. And then I noticed the small letters scrawled at the bottom, almost hidden beneath smudges of crayon. A name? Maybe. Or a warning. My throat went dry as I leaned in. It wasn't a child's handwriting I knew. It was jagged, uneven, almost like someone had pressed the crayon hard against the paper in a trembling panic. I traced it with my finger. Damp, real. The fog shifted behind me, brushing my neck. I spun around. Nothing. The road stretched empty, black and quiet. But the van, somehow, seemed closer than it had been. I blinked, heart hammering. A trick of the eyes. That had to be it. I glanced down at the wheels. No dirt moved. No sign of recent travel. Nothing had changed. And yet I felt the weight of it. Not just physical, like a presence, watching, waiting, patient. I shivered, adjusted my grip on the flashlight. Then the radio clicked again. Just static. Or was it voices? Whispering? I froze. Unit 5-2. I swear I heard my own name. It carried no warmth, no familiarity. Just an echo from a place I didn't want to acknowledge. I stepped back, bumping into the car. Engine idling. Lights casting long shadows across the fog-drenched asphalt. My instinct screamed. I needed to leave, but something held me. The van. The drawing. That black void inside the child's faces. I crouched again, flashlight on the license plate area. Empty. Clean metal. Nothing to indicate ownership. I felt a tightness in my chest. Something about this van was impossible. It shouldn't exist, not here, not in the way it did. And yet it did, and I was standing too close. I circled it one more time, flashlight in hand, heart racing. Each step echoed differently. The fog seemed to bend toward me, thickening, curling like smoke in slow motion. And then I saw it, just at the edge of vision, a shimmer along the roofline. Not a reflection, not a trick of the light. Something moved just enough to be noticed, then vanished. My pulse jumped. I gripped the flashlight tighter. I felt trapped between curiosity and fear, between reality and something that shouldn't exist. Every instinct screamed at me to step back, to drive away, to report, to call someone, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop staring. The van was patient, waiting, silent, and I realized I didn't know what it wanted, or why it was here. I swallowed hard, backing toward the patrol car. My boots sank into wet gravel. Fog rolled in thicker, swallowing the edges of the van. The drawing. The faces were staring at me again. Empty, black holes where I should be. Watching, judging, waiting. I climbed back into the cab, heart hammering, hands slick with sweat. I tried the radio. Static. Nothing else. I thought about leaving, just driving past, ignoring it. But some part of me needed to know, needed to see. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The van somehow was closer. Not moved, not driven, just closer. I blinked. Fog twisted around it, darker than the rest of the night, curling as if it were alive. My stomach dropped. This wasn't ordinary. Not at all. And then I noticed something small on the asphalt in front of it. Footprints. Tiny, childlike, leading straight to the van, then disappearing into fog. No one there. No tracks leading away. Only here. Only now. I realized something I didn't want to acknowledge. This was no ordinary vehicle. It had no owner, no license, no reason to be here. And the longer I stared, the more I felt it learning me, measuring me, waiting for a moment I wasn't prepared to give. I started the engine, fog swirling thick around the tires. The van remained, silent, patient, watching. I drove slowly past it, headlights slicing through mist, trying to convince myself it was still parked where it had been. I glanced in the mirror again, just for a second, and that was enough. The van seemed to tilt slightly toward me, as if acknowledging that I had noticed it, as if it knew I couldn't leave without understanding. And then the road swallowed it, or maybe I blinked. Either way, it wasn't behind me anymore. Just fog, empty road, mile marker 34. But the weight of it stayed with me, a pulse in my chest I couldn't shake. The dispatcher's voice came through at last, quiet, almost apologetic. Unit 5-2, you there? I swallowed, trying to sound normal. Yeah, I'm here. Nothing here now. Just fog. Her voice wavered. All right, just keep me updated. I nodded, though she couldn't see me. And as I drove on, eyes scanning the empty road, heart still pounding, I realized the worst part. I didn't know if I had escaped the van, or if it had let me go. And somewhere deep inside, a question gnawed at me. Would it let me leave next time? The road stretched empty ahead, black asphalt disappearing into the fog, and I kept my hands tight on the wheel. My headlights cut through the mist like blades, but the van was nowhere in sight. I had been following it for what felt like an eternity, though the radio clock said only 15 minutes had passed. My pulse throbbed in my temples. Then it appeared, just ahead, sitting perfectly in the center of the lane. Not moving, not signaling, just there. I blinked and it was gone. My headlights hit empty asphalt. I rubbed my eyes. No fog shift, no reflection, nothing. I pressed down on the accelerator. The patrol car shuddering as I tried to catch up. The van reappeared, as if it had been waiting, patient. I felt my chest tighten. My rational mind searched for an explanation. Maybe I had lost track in the fog. Maybe it had moved while I wasn't looking. But something in the way it sat there, motionless yet impossible to ignore, told me otherwise. I followed it carefully now, not daring to get too close. Every time I thought I was closing the distance, it vanished, not like driving off into the fog, just gone, and then reappearing yards ahead, as if it was guiding me somewhere or playing a game I didn't understand. I checked the mirrors. Nothing, not a flicker, not a shadow, only road, fog, and the beam of my headlights cutting through gray. My stomach twisted. The fog itself seemed to curl around the van differently, thickening, pooling like water, absorbing sound. Every turn I took, every slight adjustment in speed, it reappeared just ahead. The child's drawing in the windshield flashed in my mind. Those black-eyed figures, watching, judging. Did they have anything to do with this? Was the van aware that I had seen it? That I had noticed the faces? I gripped the wheel tighter, heart hammering. I tried calling dispatch again, my voice rough, uneven. 5-2 to dispatch. I'm following the van mile marker 34. It's static. Nothing else. Just that low, humming crackle. I slammed the button again. Dispatched, you copy? Silence. The van shifted again, just enough for me to notice the headlights, catching its edges differently. The fog swirled around it like smoke, obscuring the tires, the undercarriage, and even reflections in the paint. I blinked and it was gone. A cold sweat rolled down my spine. I realized that I couldn't anticipate it, couldn't control it. And somehow, the night itself seemed to be bending around its presence. I pressed forward, following instinct, training, and something darker that I didn't want to name. My headlights caught the edges of the road. A curve ahead. Trees leaned closer. Trunks slick with mist. And there it was again, perfectly aligned in the lane, as if waiting for me. I slowed, keeping a cautious distance, flashlight still resting on the passenger seat. My mind raced, try to make sense. How could it do this? How could it vanish and reappear, obeying some invisible rhythm I couldn't discern? My pulse throbbed. I wanted to stop, to retreat, to run, but I couldn't. Not yet. The fog thickened, curling over the hood of the car, over the tires, obscuring the lines of the van. It felt alive, moving with intent, responding to me. I reached for the radio, and for the briefest moment, I thought I heard a whisper through the static. My name, soft, like someone leaning close to my ear. My fingers froze on the buttons. I took a deep breath. Slow, controlled. The van was just ahead now, almost teasingly. I slowed even further, letting my headlights wash over it. The shadow beneath it seemed wrong again, stretched at impossible angles. I could feel it watching, waiting, measuring. I swallowed hard. Then movement, a flicker along the roofline. Not human, not mechanical. Something small, something fast. And in the same instant, it vanished again. I slammed my hands against the wheel, panic rising in my chest. I knew it wasn't just a van. It wasn't just a vehicle. Something about it was alive, or at least aware of me, aware of every movement, every breath. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was fog, optical illusion, exhaustion, but deep down I knew better. My eyes burned, scanning every inch of the asphalt, every edge of fog, and yet it always reappeared just ahead, always there, patient, silent, waiting. The child's drawing pressed in my memory, those black eyes staring at me, judging. I couldn't stop thinking about them. Were they a warning, a signal, or just a cruel reminder that some things aren't meant to be understood? My chest tightened. I wanted to leave, but leaving felt impossible, like I'd already crossed some threshold and the van knew it. I pressed the accelerator again, trying to close the distance. The tires hummed against the asphalt, engine growling, but the van kept pace, or maybe it was always a step ahead. Every time I blinked, every time I glanced away for a second, it moved, and the fog clung heavier to it than anywhere else. I could see it in my peripheral vision, shifting, curling, alive. I tried measuring my speed, tried keeping distance, tried logic. Nothing worked. It was impossible to catch, impossible to predict, and yet, somehow, I wasn't afraid. Not yet. I was fascinated, drawn in, pulled along by some morbid curiosity I hated in myself. The radio crackled again. This time, a fragment of the dispatcher's voice came through. 5-2, careful, and then static. That was it. No advice, no backup. Just the night, the road, and me, and the van. I leaned forward, squinting into the fog. Something about the way the headlights hit the side of the van made it shimmer, like it wasn't fully there. The edges blurred. The paint seemed wet in some places, smooth in others, impossible to read. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. This van wasn't following the rules of the world. I could see that now. A twist in the road came up. I followed it, slow, careful, and then I blinked. The van was there again. Not at the turn, not in the spot it should have been, but ahead, perfectly centered. I froze. My stomach lurched. How had it gotten there? I hadn't even reached that part yet. I pressed down on the horn. Short taps. No response. No engine, no movement, only that silent, immovable presence waiting for me to approach. The fog grew around it, thicker now, damp against my face. My pulse pounded. I felt my hands tighten around the wheel so hard that my knuckles ached. I glanced at the drawing in my mind, the stick figures with hollow eyes. Their faces seemed to mock me now, whispering through memory. I shivered. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a malfunction. Something about this van, this fog, was designed to unbalance me, to test me, and somehow it knew exactly how to do it. I tried to shake the thought. Eyes on the road. Keep moving. Keep calm. Keep breathing. But the van moved again, just a hair's breadth forward. I could see it in the periphery of my vision, just ahead, a shadow shifting on its side. And then gone again. I gritted my teeth, pressing the car forward, accelerating slightly. The fog swirled violently, wrapping the headlights in thick gray ribbons. And then, finally, I caught a glimpse of it. Not the van itself, but movement. A flicker of color along the windshield. Something reflected, something alive. My stomach lurched. My hands shook. My mind raced. The van wasn't just there. It was aware. It was responding. And worse, it seemed to enjoy the chase. I slowed, heart hammering, trying to calm myself. I had to make sense of this. I had to find an explanation. Maybe it was someone inside, hiding, orchestrating the whole thing. Maybe it was a trick of light. Maybe it wasn't real. And yet, every instinct screamed that I had already crossed a line I couldn't return from. And then I saw it, clear as day in the windshield. Not the reflection of the road, not the fog. A face. Just a glimpse, dark, fleeting, watching me. Gone before I could blink. My chest went cold. The pulse in my ears drowned out everything else. I gripped the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. I had to follow. I had to know. And as I pressed on, headlights slicing through the dense fog, the van moved just ahead, impossible, patient waiting. I realized then that I wasn't chasing it. It was leading me, and I didn't know where. I parked a few yards behind the van, engine idling, heartbeat echoing in my ears. The fog pressed close to the patrol car, thick enough that my headlights barely cut through it. I kept my hand hovering over the door handle, hesitating, knowing I had to see inside. I had to know what was waiting in there. The van sat silently, as if aware I had finally stopped. Its dark windows reflected nothing, but somehow I could feel the weight of it, the pressure in the air, the subtle vibration under my feet, like the road itself had a pulse. I reached for the door handle, cold metal, solid, ordinary, yet heavy with wrongness. My fingers trembled. I pulled. The door swung open with a muted creak, the fog curling into the frame like smoke into a chimney. My flashlight traced the interior. Empty. Nothing but bare metal walls. A single bench along the side, and the faintest outline of something that didn't belong. The van smelled faintly of damp wood and earth. Almost alive, as if it had grown this smell from the things that had touched it before. I stepped inside carefully, boots echoing against the hard floor. My light cut through the gloom, sweeping over walls, ceiling, and the bench. Nothing moved. Nothing was there. And yet, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I could feel it. Something had been here. Something had been waiting. I ran my hand along the wall. Smooth, cold, but impressions remained. Faint indentations like fingertips pressed into the metal. Not random, deliberate. Someone or something had leaned. Here, watch from here. I swallowed, feeling the tightness in my chest. My radio crackled. Static, a low hum under the white noise, and for a moment I thought I heard whispers. I leaned closer to the bench. Scuff marks, mud, tiny footprints, but nothing human-sized. Too small, too precise. They didn't lead anywhere. They didn't leave. They existed in space as if the van itself had etched them there, leaving a record for me to find. I crouched, shining my light over each mark. My stomach churned. Someone had been here or something, and it had vanished without a trace. The child's drawing flashed in my mind again, the stick figures with hollow eyes. I could almost see them here, etched into the fog and shadows, watching me as I moved. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it wasn't just a coincidence. Somehow, The van and that drawing were connected. Somehow, both existed to unbalance me, to make me question what was real. I stepped back, flashlight sweeping the walls again. Then I noticed it. A faint reflection in the metal floor, or maybe in the faint layer of condensation. Movement. Slow. Shifting. Not a shadow. Not my own reflection. Something alive, or at least aware, brushing against the edges of perception. My breath caught. I moved closer. It receded just beyond the beam of my light. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to leave, but I couldn't. Not now. Not when I was so close to understanding. I reached the back of the van. Nothing but a dark corner, empty space, and a lingering sense of presence. I ran my hand along the wall. The metal felt different here. Warmer, pulsing faintly under my fingers. I pulled back, heart hammering. How could metal pulse? How could it feel alive? I crouched again, examining the floor. Tiny scratches, almost like claws, etched patterns that made no sense. Letters? Symbols? I couldn't read them, but they radiated something. A rhythm, a heartbeat. Or maybe it was my own heart, racing too fast to separate from the van. The van was empty, yet full. Full of something I couldn't name. Full of awareness, of memory, of something patient and waiting. I felt it pressing on me, through my chest, through my thoughts. My training told me to leave, to retreat, but I stayed. My curiosity had grown too strong. I stepped back, sweeping my flashlight one last time over the interior, and then I noticed it. A faint impression along the bench. Not a body, not a person. Something smaller. Something crouched. Something that shouldn't exist. The metal bent slightly, as if something had pressed against it for hours, or days, or centuries. I couldn't tell. I swallowed hard, backing toward the door. The van felt impossibly large now, bigger than it had been from the outside. The shadows stretched and twisted, elongating with the fog curling inside. I felt trapped, the air thicker, heavier. I realized I wasn't just in the van. I was inside something else, something older, something aware of my presence. I leaned out, trying to convince myself it was just imagination. The fog outside moved differently than inside, swirling in thicker waves around the van. I could see nothing beyond patrol cars' headlights, yet I felt watched from every angle. The van was patient, silent, waiting. I stepped back into the open air. Fog hugged my boots, curling around my legs. The van sat there, immovable, quiet, ordinary in shape, impossible in presence. I tried to shake it off, tried to rationalize. No license plates, no owner, empty inside. Yet the fingerprints, the scratches, the subtle distortions in space. It wasn't just a van, not really. I climbed back into the car, trying to shake the chill crawling up my spine. My radio crackled again. Static, no voice this time, just low, humming white noise, like the van itself was resonating through the frequencies. I gripped the wheel tighter. My pulse echoed in my ears. I started the engine. Tires crunched over gravel. Headlights cut through the fog. And I realized I wasn't sure which way to go. The van hadn't moved. Yet I felt off balance, as if the road itself had shifted, as if I had stepped into a space that existed outside the rules I knew. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The van was there, waiting, empty, still, ordinary, impossible. I swallowed hard. The child's drawing pressed in my mind again. The hollow eyes, watching, waiting. It wasn't just a van. It wasn't just a vehicle. Something had been here. Something had lived here. And maybe it still did. I turned the wheel slightly, trying to convince myself to leave. But the van seemed to stretch subtly in the mirror, a distortion I couldn't explain. The fog around it thickened, curling over the wheels, over the frame, swallowing the edges. I could feel it pressing, pushing, reshaping perception. I took a deep breath, tried to steady myself. Logic told me it was empty. It was impossible. It was just metal and fog. But instinct told me I had entered a place that didn't obey the rules of ordinary reality. My fingers trembled on the wheel. My breath came fast, shallow. And I realized the worst part. I didn't know what was inside, but I knew it was watching. I glanced once more at the van, just for a second, and in that second, I thought I saw movement in the driver's seat. A shadow shifting in possible angles. Not human, not solid, but aware. It was there just for a flicker, before dissolving into fog. I swallowed hard, trying to convince myself it was exhaustion, imagination, fatigue. But deep down I knew that reality had bent here, that the van had a presence, that it had memories, awareness, patience, that I had walked inside it and seen the traces of something that shouldn't exist. I leaned back in my seat, fog thick around the patrol car, road disappearing in all directions. My chest heaved, my hands shook, and somewhere in the distance, faint, subtle, the van waited. Patient, silent, impossible. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't understand it. All I knew was that the van existed beyond the rules I trusted, and that whatever had left its mark inside was still here, watching, waiting. I started the engine, slowly, deliberately, headlights piercing the fog, tires crunching over gravel. And as I drove forward, I realized I had crossed a line. The van's secret had been revealed, or at least its traces. And now, I couldn't trust my senses, my instincts, or the world I thought I knew. The road stretched ahead, empty, and yet I could feel the van's presence lingering. Not behind me, not ahead, everywhere, in the air and the fog in my chest. I realized then that I was questioning everything. My eyes, my mind, reality itself. The van had changed that, altered it, and somehow it had allowed me to see just enough to understand, but not enough to escape. And as the patrol car moved forward, headlights cutting through the mist, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't left the van behind, that in some impossible way, part of it had come with me, and maybe, just maybe, it always would. The phone rang just past midnight, shrill, and cutting through the quiet hum of the station. My first thought was that it was probably a drunk dial, some kid trying to scare the dispatcher. But something about the tone made me tense before I even picked it up. Sheriff's office. I said, my voice steady, though my gut clenched. There was nothing at first, just a faint, shallow breathing. Soft, hesitant, human, but not a sound I could place. Not words, not a plea, not a name. Just the inhales and exhales of someone trying not to panic. My eyes flicked the clock. 12:03 a.m. dead time. Nothing usually happens now except the occasional trespasser or drunk pulling a car onto the wrong side of the road. I asked again, hello? Ma'am? Can you hear me? Nothing. Just a breath. Quick. Shaky. I could feel it through the phone. Almost in my chest. I gripped the receiver tighter. Knuckles white. My mind started spinning through possibilities. Line dead. Prank call. An old woman with bad hearing. A kid playing games. But it felt wrong. The dispatcher behind me frowned. She didn't say anything, just glanced at the screen with that look. The one that says this isn't normal. I tried to focus. Listen. The breathing, almost imperceptible, had a rhythm, like it was trying to tell me something without using words. And yet, every time I thought I caught it, it shifted. Faster, slower, deeper. My stomach knotted. I could feel a chill creeping up my spine, crawling beneath my uniform. Ma'am, I said again, louder, if you can hear me, I need you to stay on line. Nothing, just breath. I pulled my chair closer to the console, eyes scanning the caller ID. Private number, not even an area code, just nothing. My pulse picked up. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, in the back of my neck. I told myself it was probably a wrong number, a prank, but my instinct said otherwise. Something was wrong, and I couldn't ignore it. Where are you? I asked. My voice was calm, professional, but my hands were trembling. The breathing paused. Just for a second, long enough that I flinched, expecting a scream, a shout, a word. But it came back, slower this time, deliberate, calculated. I could feel the hesitation in it, the pause like someone thinking about their next breath. I whispered to myself, Jesus, what are you doing? Then a faint noise beneath the breathing, almost like a shuffle, a scrape against something, metal maybe, or concrete. I tilted my head, listening harder. The line buzzed faintly with interference, soft white noise under breathing. I could swear I heard a faint whisper under it, but I couldn't make out words. My stomach dropped. "Ma'am, I need you to tell me where you are," I said, trying not to let the fear slip into my voice. I had done this hundreds of times before. Evacuations, robberies, domestic calls, but this felt different. The breathing changed again. Faster, erratic, like a heartbeat out of rhythm. And then just for a moment, I heard a laugh. Not full, not human. A quick, broken thing that vanished before I could process it. I froze, heart thudding. The dispatcher behind me spoke quietly. "Sheriff, that line," she trailed off, unsure. I nodded, my eyes never leaving the receiver. I tried to focus, tried to separate the logical from the instinctual. It's a prank. Some kid with a voice modulator. But the sound didn't feel digital. It felt alive, close, right there in the room with me. I could almost see it breathing across the table. I leaned back, trying to control my pulse. My mind was racing. If it was a prank, it was one hell of a commitment. And if it wasn't, then someone or something was on the line, alone, terrified, or pretending to be. I pressed the button to record the call. Dispatcher watched silently. The line stayed open, the breathing continuing, uneven, hesitant. My eyes scanned the room, shadows stretching longer in the flickering fluorescent lights. I could feel the quiet pressing in, the hum of electricity in the walls, the weight of midnight settling deep into my chest. I tried to reason it out. Maybe a kid got locked out somewhere, scared of the dark. Maybe an elderly woman couldn't get to the phone properly. Maybe it was nothing, and yet my gut twisted. Nothing sounded like that when it was nothing. I asked again, louder this time, trying to force a response. "Ma'am, can you hear me? Please answer." The line went silent, just a pause, and then breathing, but not the same. Slower, deeper, heavy, labored, intentional, like someone or something was drawing me in, trying to pull me closer through the phone. I could feel in my chest a pressure that wasn't real, but somehow very real. I tried to shake it off. "You're okay," I whispered. "You're okay. Just stay on the line." My voice felt small, fragile. Then a noise, not breathing this time. A faint click, a scrape, something moving against wood. Maybe a door. I leaned forward, hard in my throat, eyes locked on the receiver. My hand shook. The line was open, but no one spoke. No words. Just sounds, subtle, tiny, deliberate. And then louder, a scream. Not long, not clear, but human, or almost human. My stomach turned. I wanted to hang up, but I couldn't. Something tethered me to that line. Something made me need to hear it, to understand it. The dispatcher whispered, "Sheriff, maybe you should hang up." I shook my head. Couldn't. Not yet. I needed to know. Needed to make sense of the wrongness pressing into the room. The breathing returned, slower this time, like it had been watching me, studying me. I could hear faint sobs underneath, trembling, hesitation, and then, just as quickly, silence again. My ears strained. I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights, my own breathing, the distant hum of the station, and beneath it, that pulse, that subtle rhythm that wasn't mine. I whispered, "Hello? Ma'am." Nothing. I set the receiver down, trying to catch my own breath. My fingers felt numb. My vision blurred for a moment. I could feel the pressure in the room, heavy and pressing, like a storm trapped in the walls. Something about that call had slipped past normal, past logic, and reached into me, into my instincts, into my fear. I knew I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't be. The sound had weight, presence, intent. It had clawed into my nerves, touched something I couldn't name. I sat there, staring at the phone, knowing I couldn't leave it alone. The line stayed open. The faint hum lingered. And somewhere in that impossibly quiet pause, I could still feel it. Watching, waiting, breathing. I didn't hang up. Couldn't. I knew that whatever or whoever it was wasn't finished. And even though I had no idea what I had just answered, I knew it had changed the night, changed the silence, changed the way I could hear, could sense, could feel the space around me. And I couldn't shake the certainty that this wasn't just a call. It was a warning, a pull, A tether into something I wasn't ready to face. The night stretched ahead, long, empty, yet impossibly full. And I stayed by the phone, listening, waiting, wondering if I would ever hear another human voice again, or if I had already crossed a line into something else entirely. The road was empty, a ribbon of black stretching out under sky, so dark it felt like swallowing the headlights. My cruiser's engine hummed steady, but the radio was another story. It buzzed first, a low, static-filled growl that crawled into my chest like a living thing. I adjusted the dial, tried to get a clear signal. Nothing, just that rasping hiss. "Dispatch, this is Unit 14, I said. My voice felt small in the car. Swallowed by the night, the radio cracked, and for a split second, I thought I heard her voice. Soft, trembling, my dispatcher. But it was wrong, broken, stretched. The words came in fragments, pieces of a sentence that didn't exist yet. Don't follow, shouldn't. I froze. The car shivered under me. I blinked, tried to shake off the feeling that something had just passed through the dashboard, through the glass, into me, but the words, or the remnant of them, hung in the air, like smoke I could almost touch. I tried again. "Dispatch, you copy?" Static, a whispering undertone like voices pressed together, layered, unintelligible. But beneath it, familiar, her tone, there just for a heartbeat. She was there, then gone. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles raw against the leather. My heart started its own rhythm, faster than the engine's hum. I drove on. The house I was heading toward loomed somewhere in the distance, dark and featureless, like it had been carved from shadow. Every mile, the radio worsened, spiraling into more distortion. The whispers became words, or at least, I thought they were. Stop, leave, don't. They overlapped, twisted around each other, impossible to follow, but unmistakable. I blinked, and in that moment, I thought I saw a reflection in the rear-view mirror. Dispatcher, not at the station, not sitting there like she should be, but sitting in the back seat of my mind, in the corners of the car, eyes wide, mouth opening, and no sound, only static, only that impossible whispering. My chest tightened, breath shallow. I told myself it was just nerves, fatigue, the hours, the calls, the empty roads, but the feeling didn't leave. It wrapped around me, a coil tightening with every mile. And the static, oh, the static, it wasn't just sound. It had weight, pressure, like someone was leaning in, watching, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I reached for the radio again. "Dispatch, please respond." My voice trembled. A pause. Then, clear as if she were next to me, a whisper, "Don't come here." My hands froze. My foot hesitated on the gas. I glanced around, but the road was nothing but black, lined with skeletal trees that clawed toward the sky. No houses, no cars, no signs of life. Just the road, the headlights cutting to the dark, and the whisper in my ear that had no source. I swallowed hard. "Unit 14, I need confirmation. Are you there?" Static, a flicker, and then her voice again, but not hers. Not exactly. Warp layered with something else. Something older. Something wrong. "You shouldn't find." The words hung in the air, then dissolved back into static. I could feel my teeth grinding, my mind straining to pull meaning from nonsense. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, but I couldn't. Not yet. Something was wrong. Yes, terribly wrong. But I needed to know what. Needed to find her. The whispering got closer as I drove. I swear it moved with me. Static spikes flickered on the radio, as if tracking my heartbeat. I slammed my hand down on the dashboard. Enough. My voice shook, loud, brittle. For a moment, nothing. Silence. Then click. The radio cut, leaving a sharp, hollow echo. And through it clear, deliberate, my dispatcher. But not her. Not real. "They're here," it said. "They're watching. You'll see." I yanked the wheel. My head snapped toward the road. Heart hammering. I tried to make sense of it. My brain refused to parse the logic. She was there, trapped in the static, calling to me from somewhere I couldn't reach. And the house, the dark silhouette ahead, seemed to pulse under the beam of my headlights. A heartbeat I could feel in my chest, syncing with the distortion of the radio, syncing with me. Every instinct told me to stop, turn around, leave the road, the car, everything behind. But I couldn't. There was a tether, something pulling me forward, some half-understood duty, some terror-driven need to see the end of this. Whatever that end might be, I slowed near the last stretch of road. The radio now a storm of whispers and sharp static pops, almost like it was alive. Each burst seemed to carry a fragment of voice, a fragment of warning, a fragment of fear. I reached out, adjusting the dial like it would help, like it would make sense. And for a second, just one impossible second, I swore the voices formed words I recognized. Her name, my dispatcher, Sheriff, hurry. It twisted my stomach. Panic clawed at me, but so did something else. Recognition, a glimpse of understanding. She was trapped, somewhere, not gone, but trapped in something I couldn't touch. And it was trying to reach me, try to pull me into it. I glanced in the rear-view mirror again. The road behind me was empty, silent, calm, normal. The static hadn't followed there. Only ahead, the house waiting. The whispers tightening around me. The air thick with tension. I could almost smell it, metallic, sharp, like blood mixed with rain that wasn't falling yet. I told myself to breathe. Slow, steady, but my chest wouldn't obey. My eyes flicked back to the radio. Static, whispers, her voice rising above it, layered with something I couldn't name. Don't stop, come closer. Closer. The word was an invitation. It was a command. And yet, I couldn't pull away. The road seemed to shrink, folding forward like it wanted me there. The house ahead, dark and solid, drew me in like a magnet. I gripped the wheel so tight, I thought I'd break it. I had to focus, observe. I had to see what was really happening. Not the static, not the whispers, but the reality of the night, the car, the road, the danger. And then I realized I wasn't hearing just radio. I was hearing the night itself, the hum of tires against asphalt, the whisper of wind through the skeletal trees. The static wasn't sound. It was perception, distortion of senses, a thin veil between what was real and what wasn't. And somewhere behind that veil, she was trapped. The house loomed closer. Windows dark, no light inside, no sign of life. Yet every instinct screamed there was something there, watching, waiting, listening. Static crackled to the car again, voices overlapping in urgent chaos. And beneath it, a single clear whisper unmistakable. Open the door, Sheriff. My hand shook. My foot wavered over the brake. And still I drove, drawn forward, tethered by the sound of her voice, trapped in that impossible space. The road ended at the edge of trees. The house stood alone, silent, breathing, pulsing in a rhythm that matched the static, the whispers, my own heartbeat. I killed the engine. Silence fell, heavy total. No radio, no static, no whispers, only my own breath. The night pressed in, waiting, and I realized something I didn't want to. The radio hadn't trapped her. The night had, and the static was just a sign of a boundary I wasn't supposed to cross. I sat there, staring at the house, feeling the weight of impossible knowledge pressing into me. She was in there, not just in the house, somewhere beyond, trapped between sound and space, between now and somewhere else. And if I stepped out, if I crossed a threshold, I didn't know if I would find her, or if I would vanish into the same distortion, leaving only whispers behind. The wind rustled in the trees. A branch tapped against the car, sharp. My pulse spiked, but I didn't move. I couldn't. The radio had fallen silent. The whispers gone. Only anticipation, heavy and cold, filling the air. And I understood, in a way that sank into my bones. Nothing in the world I knew prepared me for what waited beyond that static. The boundary had been crossed, even if I hadn't yet. And every instinct in me, every fiber of training and courage, whispered the same impossible, terrifying truth. I was already too late. The driveway ended in gravel that crunched under my tires, a harsh, brittle sound that seemed to echo back from nowhere. The house sat at the end of the path, dark and silent, like it had been waiting for me to arrive, patient, inevitable. Windows blank, doors closed. Not a flicker of life, not a single sound. I cut the engine and sat for a long moment listening. Only the wind moved, brushing to the skeletal trees surrounding the property, making them whisper in unison. My fingers drummed the steering wheel. The radio was dead again. Static had fled like a scared animal. And yet, I felt it, that same pull, the thread of tension that wrapped itself around me since the first call. I stepped out, boots crunching the gravel. The air was cold, thick and heavy, pressing against my lungs with each breath. I approached the front door, hand on my holster more out of habit than expectation. The wood was cold under my fingertips, the metal handle unyielding. I turned it slowly. Locked, not even a scuff of recent use. Nothing disturbed. And yet, I knew it wasn't empty. I moved around the perimeter, checking windows. Curtains unmoved, shadows unmoving. The faint smell of dust and old wood filling my senses. It was a house. A real house. But it had no life. No furniture. No clutter. Nothing. And every instinct I had told me that something should be there. Something was. I found the recorder in the living room. It was old, battered. A small cassette player that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. But it hummed when I pressed play. And that's when I heard her. My dispatcher. Her voice unmistakable. Whispering. Urgent. Terrified. Don't come closer. They're watching. The words made my skin crawl. I jerked back. My pulse kicked up hot and fast. I checked the room again. No one. Nothing. The recorder hadn't been visible before. And yet it was here, and the voice was real, clear, pleading. I pressed pause, replayed it. The more I listened, the more distorted the voice became. She was trapped somewhere between clarity and noise. Her warnings fragmented, looping, overlapping. Every snippet seemed to come from a different distance. Sometimes close, almost beside me. Sometimes far, like through a tunnel. I realized something then. The house wasn't empty. The recordings, her voice, they weren't just recordings. They were echoes, fragments of moments that shouldn't exist, warnings that had traveled through something I couldn't name, through time or space. I couldn't tell. I didn't know if she was alive, if she had ever been in this house. If any of this was real. A gust of wind rattled the windows. I shivered. Every hair on my neck stood up. I wanted to run, wanted to leave, wanted to drive back to the station and convince myself it had been fatigue, a trick of the mind. But I couldn't. Not yet. The whispers, the recordings, they had hooked me, pulled me in. Every instinct screamed that something was waiting beyond the silence. I turned the recorder over, checked for clues. Nothing. No notes, no markings, just the device itself. I pressed play again, letting her voice fill the room, desperate, fragmented. They're close. Can't leave. Don't hear me. Her voice twisted on itself. Sometimes it was calm, sometimes terrified, sometimes angry. Each layer overlapped the last. I could feel the fear in it, like a living thing brushing against my skin. I moved the device closer, tried to make sense of the words, tried to ground myself in logic. But logic had no place here. The house groaned. A floorboard, somewhere above, shifted under weight. I froze, listened. Nothing moved, yet I could feel a presence. Watching, waiting. The hair on my arms prickled. My hand shook on my holster. I walked through the rooms, each empty, each silent. But the voice followed me, whispering from the recorder, from the air, from somewhere I couldn't locate. It wasn't coming from one place. It was everywhere, nowhere, a presence that filled the rooms without existing. I realized then that the house itself was part of the distortion, part of the trap, part of whatever had taken her, or at least part of whatever had trapped her voice here. I sat on the floor of the living room, recorder in hand. My mind raced. How could a voice exist like this? How could she be speaking and not speaking at the same time? How could warnings exist for someone who might not even arrive in time to hear them? I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. I tried to make sense of it, tried to ground myself in reality. But the recordings twisted every expectation, every rule of the world. Her voice wasn't just trapped in the recorder. It was trapped here, in this house, in this night, in something beyond comprehension. yet horrifyingly intimate. I realized then that I was hearing the past, the present, and something else all at once. Her fear, my arrival, the boundary I had crossed by coming here. They were overlapping, bleeding into each other. Time was no longer linear. The recordings were fragments of moments that hadn't fully happened yet, warnings I couldn't fully act on. I pressed stop. Silence. For a heartbeat. I thought I could breathe again. But then, faintly, beneath the quiet, I heard it. Static. Whispering, layered. Coming not from the recorder, not from the walls, but from the air itself. I turned. The rooms remained empty. Shadows stretching unnaturally across corners. The house waited. And the static formed words. Her words. My dispatcher's voice, warped and distant, reaching into me through the very air. I can't leave, please. I swallowed, my throat dry, my palms slick with sweat. The house had no furniture, no sign of life. Yet it breathed. It listened. It remembered. It held her, or at least her essence, somewhere in its empty walls. Somewhere beyond comprehension. I moved to the window, peering outside. The road, the driveway, the trees, they were normal, ordinary. Yet I felt the pull of something unseen, a weight pressing against my senses. It was as if reality had thinned here, and anything could slip through the cracks. Anything. I turned back to the recorder, pressed play again. Her voice, clearer this time, pleading, fragmented but unmistakable. Shara, don't trust them. I froze. Trust them? Who? What? And then a whisper in the room, separate from the recorder, almost beside my ear. She's always here, never gone. I jumped back, heart hammering. My training fought to regain control, to ground me in reason. But reason slipped, logic fractured. The house had become a vessel for something impossible, a conduit for fear, memory, and warning. And I, sheriff, protector, observer, was caught in the middle. I sank to the floor again, hands clutching the recorder, ears straining for clarity. Every whisper, every fragment, seemed to carry another layer of meaning. Not just warnings, not just pleas, hints, clues, directions I couldn't fully understand. The boundaries between past, present, and something beyond blurred. Time passed. I couldn't tell how long. Minutes, hours, maybe seconds. The night pressed in, and I understood something crucial. The dispatcher's voice wasn't just trapped. She was never truly gone, never fully present. A shadow of herself existed here, embedded in the air, the wood, the static, in a place I couldn't reach. I pressed stop one last time. Silence. Heavy absolute, but the weight remained. The presence lingered. I stood, legs trembling, and walked the front door. I didn't open it. Didn't leave. Not yet. I couldn't. The house had shown me a truth that made my mind ache. Reality was malleable here, and crossing its threshold would change everything. I glanced down at the recorder, still clutched in my hands. Her voice, somewhere beyond, whispered again, faint, unreachable. Not a message, not a warning. A question, a reminder, a tether. I stepped back, sat down in the middle of the empty room, listening, waiting, trying to understand, trying to process what I had seen, what I had heard, what I hadn't yet. And as the night stretched on, I realized one impossible truth. I was alone. And yet I wasn't. She was here. Somehow, in a way that no one else could perceive. And I was caught in between. The house waited. The night waited. And the whispers continued. Faint, overlapping, never ending, reminding me that what I had found was only the beginning. That she was never there. And yet, she had always been. I saw them before I even wanted to. A thumb, pale against the black asphalt, jutted up from the shoulder of mile 42, flicking in a slow rhythm that felt too deliberate. I slowed, hands on the wheel tighter than usual, headlights cutting through the mist like knives. The fog clung to the road in patches, curling around my tires, and I felt that old pull, a mixture of duty and curiosity, that never let me ignore a soul on the roadside. The figures stepped closer as I slowed, and the shape of them solidified under the weak beams of my cruiser. Not a man, not quite a woman, just tall, thin, and oddly still in a way that made my chest tighten. They wore what looked like a coat, long and dark, but when my eyes traced the seams, I noticed the fabric didn't sit right. Too stiff, too smooth, like it was stitched from paper instead of cloth. My brain flagged it, but my mouth stayed dry. Evening, I said, letting my voice hang against the fog. The words sounded stupid. I wanted to ask why they were out here alone, but something in their posture stopped me. They nodded once, slow, almost mechanical, and stepped toward the car. The fog seemed to cling to them now, rising around their ankles, swallowing the space between us. I unlocked the passenger door and gestured for them to get in. They moved without hesitation, almost gliding, and slid onto the seat. I stole a glance. Their hands rested in their lap, motionless, too pale, too smooth. They didn't shiver, didn't adjust their coat, didn't even breathe audibly. Only that thumb, still flicking like a metronome, against the seat. "Where you headed?" I asked, though my throat felt raw, as if the words were a trap. "Down the highway," they said, voice soft, too even, like the syllables were measured by someone else. I started the cruiser. The fog swallowed the headlights faster than I expected, and I realized the road had gone quiet. No crickets, no distant engines, just the hum of my tires. It's always the quiet that gets you first. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the silhouette in the passenger seat. They stared straight ahead, but their eyes reflected nothing. No shine, no depth, only a flat gray that didn't belong to a human. Something felt off. I checked their coat again. The seams had no stitching, the buttons perfectly round and unmarked, like they'd been pressed from clay. I wondered briefly if my brain was playing tricks, but the outline of their shoulders remained unnaturally rigid, even as I took the curves. "You always hitch rides out here?" I asked, trying to sound casual, though my pulse was thrumming. My hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white. They didn't answer. Only that thumb flicked again. Tap, tap, tap. The road stretched ahead like a black ribbon, interrupted by the fog and a dim, flickering sign warning of construction. My peripheral vision caught it. A shadow? I shook my head, thinking I'd imagined it, but then the shadow moved in sync with us, skimming across the road before disappearing into the fog behind us. "You cold?" I asked, my voice more brittle than I intended. "No," they said. I glanced at them. Their lips barely moved. They didn't breathe, I realized, or if they did, it was so faint I couldn't hear it over the hum of the cruiser. Their thumb tapped against the seat again. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to think logically. Maybe a trick of the fog. Maybe some street lamp reflecting off wet asphalt. Maybe my mind tensing too hard. But the way their coat caught the light, it shouldn't have. The edges didn't curve like normal fabric. It seemed to absorb the beams, swallowing the shape instead of reflecting it. My stomach twisted. "You live around here?" I asked, my eyes scanning the fog for the shadow again. They didn't answer. The thumb kept flicking. Tap, tap, tap. It was the only thing moving in the car. I noticed now, for the first time, that their boots, or whatever they wore, didn't make contact with the floor. There was a small gap, maybe half an inch, between sole and surface, as if they hovered just slightly above the seat. I forced my eyes forward, trying to keep my hand steady. The fog thickened, curling like smoke, wrapping around the cruiser and blocking the road ahead. My heart thumped loud, every nerve firing. I wanted to ask a question, to hear a human voice, anything, but words caught in my throat. Then the radio buzzed, just static at first, scratching across the line, and then a voice. "Don't let them in." I slammed my hand to the mic. "Dispatch? Repeat that." Static again. Nothing else. I lowered the mic, pulse hammering. The voice had sounded like mine, but warped, distant, as if coming from the fog itself. I glanced at the passenger. Their thumbs stopped flicking, and I realized with slow, sinking dread that their head had turned, facing me fully for the first time. No eyes, just gray emptiness. "Where are you?" I tried to ask, but the words froze in my mouth. The cruiser shivered beneath me, tires gripping the wet asphalt. A low wind coiled around the car, though the night was still. The fog twisted, forming shapes that weren't quite human, edges rippling, faces, maybe faces, glimpsed only for a second before melting back into mist. I pulled over, hands trembling. Out, I said, though I didn't want to get out myself. They nodded once, slow, deliberate. The thumb flicked again. Tap, tap, tap. They opened the door and stepped into fog, vanishing instantly. The air smelled faintly of wet earth, of something else I couldn't name. I sat there, engine running, chest heaving. The road behind me was empty. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. Not a single mark in the wet asphalt. Only the fog, curling and shifting as if alive. The radio buzzed again. That voice, mine, whispered, "Don't follow." I wanted to drive, to chase, to find some rational explanation, but my mind stalled. What had just happened? Who or what was that figure? My hands tightened on the wheel. The road stretched ahead, dark and empty. Yet I felt watched from every direction. I tried to reason it out. Could it have been someone in costume? Some local playing a prank? But the way they moved, the way the fog seemed bent around them, it didn't fit. Every detail I'd noticed, the stiffness of the coat, the hovering boots, the thumb tapping in impossible rhythm, made sense in no world I knew. I forced the cruiser forward, gripping the wheel as if I could steer myself back into reality. But the road felt different now. The fog thickened, turning familiar markers into grotesque shapes. Each bend, each shadow, seemed to shift under my gaze, as if the landscape itself was alive and watching. I passed a broken signpost that hadn't been there before. A mile marker twisted into something unreadable. Letters bending like they were breathing. My pulse raced. I looked in the rear view. Nothing. Just fog, stretching on forever. The dashboard lights flickered and the radio crackled again, soft, distorted, almost pleading, "Never get too close." I gripped the wheel, trying to remember training, procedure, the rules. My mind screamed to rationalize, to ignore the fear. But every instinct screamed that I had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. Something not human, not alive in any way I could name. I reached mile 45, 3 miles past where I picked them up and slowed, scanning the fog. My eyes searched for a shape, a figure, a thumb, but nothing. Only the road, stretching like black silk, and the fog that seemed to pulse with a quiet, unnatural life. The radio whispered again, and this time was clear, unmistakable. "Watch them." I slammed my hand down on the mic, heart hammering. Who is this? Dispatch. Static. Only static. I sat there a long time, engine idling, lights cutting weak paths into the fog. The night pressed against me, heavy, and the memory of that thumb flicking against the seat burned into my mind. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to admit that I had no idea what I'd just seen. Eventually, I drove on, slowly, eyes darting to every shadow, every curve in the road. But the feeling never left, that presence, impossible and silent, just beyond comprehension. Somewhere in the fog, beyond logic, the figure waited, thumb flicking, patient, deliberate, impossible to forget. And in the back of my mind, a question burned brighter than fear. Had they ever really left car at all? I couldn't stop staring at them. The hitchhiker in my passenger seat, silent, still, eyes fixed on nothing outside the window. Didn't blink. Not once. Every instinct I had screamed that this wasn't normal, that something about those eyes was wrong. They were too wide, too still, reflecting the dim glow of the dashboard like mirrors with no depth. The night wrapped around us, thick with fog that made the headlights of other cars smear into long streaks of yellow and red. Every time we passed a traffic light, it flickered, green to yellow to red, like it couldn't decide what it wanted. I thought maybe I drifted into some old section of town with faulty wiring, but the pattern was too precise, too deliberate. Every flicker synchronized with the way their head tilted, tracking something I couldn't see. I tried to start a conversation. My voice felt strange in my own ears, brittle. "So you go this way often?" No response, just that unblinking stare, fixed and immovable, as if they were staring through me into some place I didn't know existed. My hands tightened on the wheel. I wanted to turn onto another road, to shake off this unease, but my mouth wouldn't form words. Every rational thought I had fought against a mounting dread, and every time I blinked, the fog outside seemed to thicken, curling toward the cruiser like it was alive. I caught a glimpse of their hands resting in their lap. They didn't fidget, didn't grip the seatbelt, didn't even seem to adjust the coat that hung unnaturally from their shoulders. The fabric still had that stiffness I'd noticed before, as it was molded rather than sewn, edges too perfect, creases too calculated. My gut twisted. A car passed us, headlights blinding. For a split second, I thought I saw the hitchhiker's mouth twitch. A tiny, impossible smile. The car vanished, leaving only the hum of my tires on the asphalt and the oppressive weight of fog. I blinked, and their face was calm again, empty like a mask. I tried again. Do you, want me to take you to the next town? Nothing. Not a word. Not a breath. Just the steady rhythm of tires on asphalt and that unbearable stillness beside me. I stole another glance. Their eyes, unblinking, grayish, almost reflective, didn't seem human. It was like staring into a pair of frozen mirrors, endless and cold. Then a traffic light ahead flickered violently, red to green and back again, faster than any bow could handle. I slammed on the brakes without realizing it. The cruiser shuddered. My pulse hammered in my ears. I glanced over. Their head hadn't moved, still watching the road, still not blinking. A wave of nausea hit me. Something about the way they sat, the way the fog curled outside, the unnatural glow of the streetlights. It was like the world itself had tilted slightly, just enough to feel wrong. I swallowed hard, tried to rationalize. Maybe they were sick, or maybe it was a fog playing tricks, or maybe my own eyes were betraying me. I shouldn't have looked at their hands again. One hand twitched, not like a human muscle would, but jerking too fast, too sharp, like a puppet on a string. My stomach sank. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. We passed another traffic light. It flashed yellow, then green, then flickered red twice. And in that moment, I swore the streetlight ahead bent toward the car, leaning like it was peering at us. And I thought I saw the hitchhiker's eyes shift. Not to me, not forward, but to the shape of the light itself, tracking it in a way that shouldn't be possible. I swallowed hard and forced my gaze forward, but the road seemed longer now, stretching unnaturally, bending around us like a black ribbon. The fog outside thickened, forming shapes that were almost faces, almost figures, melting before I could focus on them. My heart raced. Every instinct screamed to pull over, to get them out of the car, to run, but some part of me couldn't. Something kept me frozen, driving, unable to shake the sensation that moving faster or slower might make it worse. I tried again. Do you, need water? Or anything? The whisper came first, soft, like someone exhaling right at the edge of hearing. Don't look away. I jerked my head toward the passenger seat. Their eyes hadn't moved, still fixed, unblinking, staring forward, blank, endless. I realized with a chill that the voice had come from nowhere. No radio, no speakers, no outside noise. It was in my head. My pulse rattled my chest. A car passed, lights cutting through the fog. In the reflection of the side mirror, I thought I saw their face shift, features elongating, blurring, as if the skin itself was trying to stretch and escape the shape of human. I blinked. Gone. Just a hitchhiker, calm and still, eyes that refused to acknowledge life. I tried to focus on the road, to force rational thought. Maybe the fog had chemicals in it. Maybe the lights had created an optical illusion. My mind searched for explanations, but the deeper I looked, the more impossible it felt. Every instinct in my body screamed that this wasn't a person. Not entirely. Something else. Something wrong. The next light flickered green, then yellow, then red again, and in that moment, their eyes finally moved. Just a fraction. But instead of looking at the road, they tilted toward me. Not the kind of look you give a driver, but the kind that sinks through the chest, through ribs, past the bones, and lodges in your throat. I swallowed hard. My hand shook. Are you trying to? My words choked off. The whisper returned, louder this time. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't let them see. I realized it wasn't me speaking. I hadn't made the words, but the voice was insistent, urgent. My pulse thundered. I risked another glance. Their eyes hadn't changed, still unblinking, still empty, but the air around them seemed distorted, like light bent around their shape, warping the world in subtle, unnatural ways. A shadow flickered across the dashboard, though the streetlights outside hadn't moved. I blinked. Gone. The road stretched endlessly, more fog thickening, crawling along the asphalt, filling the spaces outside the headlights. I realized with sudden clarity that the road had changed. Landmarks I knew, mile markers, bends, even small groves of trees, weren't right. Something about the fog had rewritten the road while I wasn't looking. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white. The cruiser seemed heavier now, sluggish, as if the fog itself pressed down from all sides. My chest heaved. I risked another glance. Their thumb, curled tightly over the seat edge, moved, not naturally, not humanly. Tap, tap, tap. It matched my pulse, or maybe dictated it. Another light flickered, yellow to green, back to red. And in that brief flash, I thought I saw shapes moving just outside the fog. Figures too tall, too thin, faces too long. But before I could focus, they melted into the mist, leaving only the silence. I swallowed hard, trying to shake the nausea, the vertigo. I glanced at the passenger again. Still calm, still unblinking. Their presence filled the car in a way that shouldn't happen. I realized I couldn't remember the last time I breathed normally. My ears rang, a low hum, as if the fog itself was resonating. I tried one last question. Who are you? The whisper came again, in the same impossible voice. They're not human, not fully. Don't ask. My hands shook. My pulse screamed. My eyes darted to every flickering light, every warped tree, every shadow that shouldn't exist. But the hitchhiker remained still, eyes locked forward, thumb tapping against the seat, imperceptibly dictating a rhythm I couldn't escape. I forced myself to focus on the road, forcing the cruiser forward, 1 mile at a time. But the fog followed, bending around the car, curling at the edges of the headlights. Every traffic light ahead flickered as we passed, synchronized with some silent pattern I couldn't read. Every flicker made the world tilt a little more, like reality itself was fraying. I realized with a cold certainty that this night, this road, this passenger, they had changed the rules. The normal world didn't apply here. And as I drove past the next flickering light, I couldn't shake the thought that the hitchhiker was the reason. Not just a passenger, but a force, unmoving, unblinking, and impossibly aware. By mile 46, I hadn't spoken. I hadn't breathed fully. My pulse, my thoughts, my vision, they all belonged to the rhythm of the thumb. The flicker of lights, the distortion of the fog. The road stretched endlessly ahead, warped, unnatural. I didn't know how I'd get off it, and I didn't know if I wanted to. All I knew was the eyes. They didn't blink, and I couldn't look away. The first time I heard it, I thought it was my imagination, a faint scratching, almost like claws or nails, dragging slowly across leather. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Empty, just a dark, reflective glass of the back seat. Fading into shadows, the cruiser hummed along the highway, headlights slicing through a fog that had thickened since the hitchhiker climbed in. I told myself it was a car settling, the tires shifting on cold asphalt, but my stomach tightened. That sound was deliberate, soft, low, almost breathing. I tried to ignore it. My hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white, my pulse hammering in my ears. But the scratching came again, sharper, dragging across the seat, closer now. I stole a glance at the passenger. Still silent, still unblinking, their eyes fixed forward, but somehow I could feel the motion behind me, crawling across the leather, the floor. Do you hear that? My voice felt weak, swallowed by the hum of the engine and the fog pressing in from outside. No answer, not a word. The scratching became a soft, wet rasp, like something breathing through damp cloth. My stomach turned. I tried to convince myself it was the seatbelt mechanism, the cold metal contracting, something mechanical, but the sound, it was moving, back and forth, closer, echoing with a rhythm that seemed synchronized to my heartbeat. I reached over, instinctively, to glance into backseat. The shadows deepened, swallowing the light. The door clicked, locked itself. I jerked my hands away from the wheel, eyes wide. I hadn't touched the locks. My mind scrambled. Could the hitchhiker? But their hands remained folded, Still. Nothing moved. The radio buzzed alive suddenly, crackling like it had a pulse of its own. I froze. A voice whispered through static, distorted, almost alive. Do not look. Do not turn. I yanked the volume down, but the static didn't stop. It was layered now, overlapping, murmuring warnings I couldn't fully catch. Every time I tried to tune the dial, the whispers seemed to anticipate me, shifting frequency as if aware of my intention. My pulse thundered in my temples. A shadow flickered across the back window. I turned slowly, heart hammering. Nothing, just a fog outside, thick and curling, warping the streetlights into smeared vertical streaks. But the scratching persisted, moving closer. I could hear it now, right behind my seat. I swallowed hard, trying to focus on the road. The fog seemed heavier now, pressing against the cruiser like water. Each passing streetlight flickered just as we passed, and each flicker seemed to exaggerate the shadows inside the car, stretching them, twisting them. My hands shook. Another whisper, closer this time. They're watching, always watching. I blinked, and in that brief flash of vision, I thought I saw a shape crouched in the back seat, not fully formed. Just a shadow with edges that seemed wrong, too sharp, too jagged. My stomach lurched. I risked another glance. Gone. Empty leather, empty seat. Only the scratching remained, moving under the seat closer, like it was breathing. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, and forced my gaze forward. The fog outside thickened. Streetlights bent, flickered, twisted. My pulse raced. The air inside the car felt thick, suffocating, as if I were breathing through a wet cloth. I risked a glance at the passenger. Still calm, eyes fixed forward, unblinking, indifferent to the sound behind me. The doors clicked again, locked themselves tighter. Panic pressed down. I tested the handle. Stuck. No matter how hard I pulled, they wouldn't budge. My pulse surged. I tried the radio. Static again. The whisper this time clearer. They are here. Do not resist. I swallowed hard, trying to force rational thought. A car settling, a mechanical fault, nothing more. But the air was too heavy, the fog too thick, the shadows too alive. The scratching was louder now, moving in a pattern I couldn't ignore. Tick-tick, drag, rasp, closer. Behind me, I glanced at the rear-view mirror again. For a fraction of a second, I thought I saw movement. A hand? A face? Not the hitchhiker. Something else. Something crouched, breathing, shifting in impossible ways, just at the edge of vision. Blinked, and it was gone. Just the empty back seat, swallowing light. I tried again to speak. Who? What are you? The radio hissed. The whisper answered, this time almost human. They are not yours. They are not real. Do not look. I swallowed hard, chest tight. I risked looking into the back seat once more. Shadows twisted unnaturally. The seatbelt buckle slid across the seat on its own, dragging with a metallic scrape. I could hear it move toward the center, inch by inch, and I realized that whatever was back there, it had patience. Endless patience. The fog pressed harder, curling around the cruiser like smoke in slow motion. Streetlights ahead flickered yellow, green, red. Each flicker synchronized with the movement behind me. I dare not take my eyes off the road, but my mind kept replaying the shadows, the shifting seatbelt, the whispers. A soft, wet rasping now came from the floor. Something brushed against my shoes, tickling, almost like fingertips. I froze, breath catching in my throat. My foot trembled over the brake pedal. My hands shook, gripping the wheel. The radio hissed again. Do not stop. They will not forgive hesitation. I risked a glance at the passenger, still staring forward, unblinking, silent, calm, and yet I could feel it somehow that the presence behind me in the back seat was aware, waiting, patient, calculating. Another shadow flickered. The rear view mirror betrayed nothing, but my mind insisted it was there. I could feel the air move, heavy and cold, curling around my neck, pressing on my shoulders, whispering over my ears. Something alive, not human, not fully. The whispers became layered, overlapping. Do not turn. Keep driving. They are here. A chill ran down my spine. My hand shook. I could feel the tension radiating from the passenger beside me. Or perhaps it was radiating through the passenger into me, infecting my senses. The scraping, the whispers, the shadows, they were part of something larger, something patient, something infinite. Streetlights flickered again. Shadows stretched across the seats, long and thin, impossibly so. The scratching stopped for a moment. Silence. Then a soft, wet breath right behind my head. My pulse jumped. I risked looking over my shoulder. Empty. Leather seat gleamed in the dim light, but the air was thick, moving, curling. I could almost see the shape of it. Crouched, waiting, impossible. The whisper came again, louder, insistent. They are here. You cannot leave. You cannot resist. I swallowed hard, gripping the wheel. The passenger's thumb tapped once on the seat, slow, deliberate, like a metronome dictating my pulse. I realized then that everything, the fog, the shadows, the whispers, the scratching, was synced to them. Not me, not the car, them. Another scratch, closer, sharper, moving up the seat toward the center. I could hear it slide along metal, fabric, leather. My stomach twisted. Panic clawed at my throat. I risked looking again. Still empty. Still impossible. I forced myself to breathe, to rationalize. It was impossible. Nothing alive could move that way, could wait that patiently, could remain unseen. And yet, I felt it, behind me, waiting, watching, patient. The whisper came one last time, echoing through static in mind. Do not stop. They are patient. They are eternal. I swallowed hard. Try to focus on the road, on the headlights cutting through the fog, the wet asphalt gleaming like black glass. The tapping from the passenger continued, rhythmic, unblinking. The air pressed close. My pulse raced. The road stretched endlessly. I didn't know if I'd make it out. I didn't know if I wanted to. And yet, something deep inside me knew. I would never forget the sound of the scratches, the whispers, the cold patience in the back seat. Whatever was back there, it wasn't human. It wasn't entirely real. But it was patient, and it was waiting. I glanced down at my dashboard, just for a second, fumbling with the radio. Static hiss, whispering in rhythms that made my stomach twist. When I looked up, they were gone. The seat beside me, the passenger side, empty, not empty in the sense of absence, but empty in the way a space feels wrong, too silent, too expectant, like it was holding its breath. I slammed my hand on the horn. Hey, you wait. But the words died in my throat. The road stretched before me. Fog thick and crawling. Streetlights smeared into halos through the mist. No figure, no movement, only the faint, wet imprint of footsteps pressed into the soft mud at the roadside. They led nowhere, dissolving into nothing, as if the earth itself had swallowed them whole. My pulse thrummed in my ears. I pulled over hard, tires crunching against the gravel, engine idling, and I leaned over, eyes scanning every shadow, every miscurl. A rotten, coppery scent hung in the air, subtle but unmistakable, like something dead, decayed, and waiting just out of reach. My stomach heaved. The last thing I had expected, what I knew I hadn't seen, was standing there in my peripheral vision, and now it wasn't. I reached for the door handle. Locked. I hadn't touched it. My fingers trembled. My eyes flicked to the rear view mirror, searching for a sign, any hint of movement. Nothing. The fog pressed closer, curling around the cruiser like slow, living smoke. I wanted to believe it was just a prank, a hitchhiker vanishing into the mist. But the footprints, the mud, proved otherwise. Whoever or whatever had been here had weight, substance, and they had left a warning in their passing. The air smelled wrong, rotten, dead. I stepped out, boots sinking into wet earth. The mud was soft, sticking my soles, and every footstep sounded too loud, too final in the silence. I crouched, following the faint trail, heart hammering in rhythm with my pulse. The footprints stopped at the edge of the road, fading into the fog as if they'd never existed. My throat tightened. I could still smell it. The decay, the wet, foul smell of it lingering in the mist. Who are you? I whispered. My voice shook, swallowed by the fog. Nothing answered, only the whisper of wind. Or maybe it was a voice, or maybe my own imagination. I swallowed hard and took a step back, staring at the road. And then I saw it. The markings on the asphalt, what streaks where tires shouldn't have touched, twisted in angles that didn't make sense. Like the road itself had warped, rewritten, bending around something unseen. My pulse surged. I backed toward the cruiser, feeling eyes on me, though I could see nothing. The road stretched normally ahead, straight and quiet, but somehow, looking back, it didn't match what I remembered. The sign for mile 42 twisted sideways, letters jagged, distorted. The fog shifted, curling into unnatural shapes, almost like fingers pointing, almost like someone or something was guiding me, waiting for me to notice. I climbed back into the cruiser, heart hammering, hands gripping the wheel as if letting go would pull me into whatever had vanished. The engine hummed. The radio hissed static again, low at first, then rising into murmurs. Do not follow. Do not turn. Do not leave. The words made no sense, yet felt urgent, alive. Something wanted to warn me, or maybe taunt me. I didn't know which. I risked looking at the seat beside me. Empty, normal, and yet I felt it, the presence. Not in the seat, not really. It was in the air, in the faint coppery stink clinging to my skin, in the way the fog pressed against the cruiser like it had weight. My stomach churned. Every nerve screamed that I should leave, drive, anything to escape. But something held me there, something patient, deliberate, waiting for me to notice what had already happened. I drove slowly, eyes flicking constantly to the roadside. Nothing moved, nothing lived, and yet the trail, the mud, the scent lingered in my senses. The radio hissed again, whispers layering over themselves. They are patient. They will wait. The road forgets nothing. My pulse raced. The fog thickened, curling around the headlights, warping the glow into smeared, vertical streaks that made the roadside trees look like they were bending toward me. I remembered the hitchhiker's thumb, the way their eyes didn't blink, the unnatural stillness of their posture. And now they were gone, but the effect remained. The road itself seemed rewritten. Every mile marker, every curve, every line of asphalt stretched wrong in my mind, though I knew I hadn't hallucinated it. The fog was thicker here, more oppressive. Every breath tasted of wet decay, copper and rot, and I swallowed hard to fight nausea. I risked glancing at the passenger seat again. Empty, the fog pressed closer. The road flickered ahead. No, not flickered. It bent. A sharp curve, one I had remembered. My pulse hit a new high. My hands gripped the wheel tighter. Every instinct screamed to stop, to turn back, to abandon the cruiser. But the road wasn't mine anymore. It had been rewritten. I slowed to a crawl, scanning the roadside. Shadows moved at the edges of my vision, shapes that vanished when I tried to focus. Something brushed against the side mirror. Just a glimpse, a shadow, a flicker. But the smell of decay was stronger there, pressing against my senses. My stomach twisted. The scratches from the back seat, the whispers from the radio, the presence of the hitchhiker, all of it converged, pressing down on me like invisible hands. Another set of footprints appeared suddenly, fresh in the mud along the shoulder. Not mine, not the hitchhiker's, at least not in size or shape. These were thin, elongated, dragging slightly, wet and sticky. I froze. They led from nowhere into the fog, curling around the road, bending impossibly. My pulse surged, hammering in my temples. I risked looking at the rear-view mirror. Nothing. Empty asphalt behind me. The radio hissed again, louder now, more insistent. Do not leave. Do not turn. Do not stop. They wait. I yanked the volume down. Silence. Almost. But the static lingered. A low, murmuring pulse that resonated in my chest. I could feel it. The presence. Waiting. Patient. Eternal. I forced myself to drive, slowly, cautiously, eyes scanning every shadow, every distortion in the fog. The mile markers twisted, the trees leaned, streetlights flickered just as I passed, bending light in ways that didn't obey physics. I realized the hitchhiker hadn't simply vanished. They had rewritten the road. The road itself had shifted in response to them, and now I was trapped in it, following their pattern, moving through a path that only they understood. I risked looking down at my shoes. The mud on the roadside clung to my boots, wet and heavy. I could smell decay stronger there, pressing at my senses, making my stomach twist. Another set of prints appeared alongside mine, moving in impossible ways, doubling, twisting sideways. I realized that the footprints weren't following the laws of gravity or reason. They were rewriting themselves as I drove, echoing in the mud behind me, leading me, guiding me. The radio hissed again, whispers layering, repeating, overlapping. Do not stop. They wait. They know you. The road forgets nothing. My pulse raced. My hands shook. I risked glancing at the passenger seat again. Empty. Normal. But the air was thick, vibrating with presence. I could feel the hitchhiker, or whatever they were, in the smell and the fog, in the mud clinging to my boots. Patient. Watching. Waiting. I pressed the accelerator. Tires sliding slightly on wet asphalt, and the fog seemed to resist me, curling in front of the headlights like slow smoke. The road twisted again, impossible angles, curves that shouldn't exist. I realized then, my heart hammering, that I wasn't driving anywhere. The road had rewritten itself around me, bending reality in subtle, patient ways, reshaping the path to lead me exactly where they wanted. Another set of footprints appeared suddenly, close to the edge of the cruiser. Not human, not animal. And I knew then that whatever had vanished had never truly left. It was patient, eternal, waiting just beyond vision, in every shadow, in every bend, in every echo of the road. I swallowed hard, tried to steady my breathing, tried to rationalize. But the air smelled of decay. The fog pressed heavy. The road twisted in impossible curves. The mud clung to my boots, a reminder that the hitchhiker, or whatever they were, had been here and now, in a way I couldn't understand, still was. I glanced at the passenger seat once more. Empty, clean, normal. And yet, I knew they were gone only in the literal sense. In every other sense, the hitchhiker had never left. The road had rewritten itself for them, and I was trapped on that path, patient, eternal, waiting. The call came just after dusk, routine on paper, but the way the road curved around that old oak made my stomach knot before I even hit the brakes. The street was empty, quiet in a way that felt deliberate, as if the world itself had gone on pause. My cruiser's tires whispered over the asphalt, and the radio crackled faintly, murmuring nothing, just white noise. The house sat at the apex of the curve, 2 stories of peeling paint and shadows pooling in the corners. A porch light flickered like a dying heartbeat. I slowed, scanning the windows. No movement. Nothing stirred. Not a single sound beyond the low hum of my engine and the wind curling around the trees. I parked, hand hovering over the door handle. The call had said disturbance, but nothing about the house felt normal. Something about the angle of the roof, the way shadows bent around the edges, made me feel off balance. I reached for my flashlight and radio, switching on both. The beam cut a pale path through the fog curling along the front yard. I knocked on the door, twice, 3 times. Sheriff calling. Anyone home? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the stillness. No answer. The flickering light inside grew erratic once, twice, then steadied again. I should have felt relief when it stayed lit. Instead, a shiver ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. The air smelled faintly of dust and decay, as if the house had exhaled and left its breath behind. I tested the doorknob. Locked. Of course it was locked. I lifted my flashlight, swinging it slowly across the yard. Shadows pooled, twisted in ways that didn't match the angles of trees and fence posts. I thought I saw movement, just a flicker in a window, but when I blinked, it was gone. I crouched, eyeing the mailbox, the lawn, the overgrown shrubs. A faint scraping sound echoed from the back, metal against wood. My pulse hit a steady, frantic rhythm. Who's there? I said, louder this time. Silence. The sound repeated, coming from a window on the 2nd floor. A shutter rattled, slow and deliberate, though the wind had died down. I stepped closer to the door, tried to read any sign of life. Mail scattered in the yard, some caught in the shrubs, pages curling in the breeze. I noticed a small handprint on the dusty window beside the door. Not fresh, not perfectly clear, but deliberate. A mark someone had left to be seen, or maybe just left behind in a hurry. I reached for my radio again. Dispatch, I'm at the location. No response from inside. House appears empty, lights flickering. There was static, faint at first, then a whisper layered underneath. I thought it was the wind. Then I thought I heard my own voice replying. Low, distorted. Don't go in. I froze. My pulse thundered in my ears. I glanced around. Empty yard. Quiet street. No one but me. My fingers tightened on the flashlight. Another flicker of the porch light made me blink. Shadows stretched across the steps, long and thin, curling like smoke. I felt a presence before I saw it. A weight pressing in, not physical, not fully real, but undeniable. I circled the house slowly, flashlight sweeping windows, door corners. Each time the beam landed somewhere, a shadow darted just out of reach. The back porch creaked under a wind that wasn't there. I tried rationalizing, shaking my head. Old houses settle. Branches scrape against siding. Nothing more. But then a sound, a soft tapping from inside, made me freeze again. Not the back porch, not the front yard. Inside, I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I swore I heard a whisper, soft, urgent. A syllable I couldn't make out. Another tap, closer, as if someone or something was moving just behind the walls. I pulled my flashlight up, swinging it toward the nearest window. The flickering light inside revealed a shadow, crouched low, unmoving, not fully human, not fully object, just there. I blinked. Gone. Only the curtain swaying slightly in the draft. My chest tightened. My hand drifted to my gun. But I didn't raise it. Not yet. I didn't know what I was facing. I circled back to the front. The door felt colder than metal should, frost-like along the edges. I knocked again, louder this time, voice rising. House? Anyone? Silence answered. My reflection in the window looked wrong. The angle of my face, the way my eyes caught the light. Not me, or not fully. I shook my head, trying to chase the thought away. The porch light went out, just that simple click, like a switch flipped by invisible fingers. Darkness pressed closer, thickening in the yard, smothering the edges of my flashlight beam. The back window lit up suddenly, bright, electric. A figure appeared for a heartbeat, a shape standing very still, facing away from me. I tried call out. My voice stuck in my throat. Then nothing, only darkness. I stepped back, heart hammering. The radio crackled again, faint at first, then words clearer. Don't open the door. Leave now. I glanced down at my hands, shaking. I should have called it in, waited for backup. But something about the house, the weight in the air, pressed me forward, compelled me. I reached for the doorknob. Cold, colder than metal, colder than night. The whisper came again. Don't. And yet my hand moved. The door didn't open. Locked, still. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. Then the back of the house groaned, a low, metallic sound, stretching the skin of reality. My pulse screamed and the whisper became a hiss. You shouldn't be here. I stumbled backward, flashlight swinging. Shadows twisted across the yard, curling like smoke, stretching impossibly long. The air smelled stronger now. Dust, rot, something faintly metallic. My stomach churned. Another step closer. And I swear I felt a hand brush mine. Not human, not tangible, but real enough to make me recoil. I circled the house again, moving toward the side door. Each window flickered in sequence, a pattern I couldn't understand. Light strobing like the house itself was breathing. My reflection in the windows was wrong, always slightly delayed, always slightly off. I caught movement in the corner of my eye. Something crouched low, then darted away. I knelt at a window, shining my flashlight inside. Dusty furniture, peeling wallpaper, scattered objects, but nothing moved, nothing alive. And yet, the air was thick with expectation. The house seemed aware of me, responsive, my pulse hammered. I whispered into the night, unsure if I wanted an answer. Who's here? The whisper came back, just under the static of the radio. Softer this time, closer. I'm waiting. I jumped, scanning every shadow. Nothing, but the sense of being watched, followed, guided, intense. My instinct screamed to leave. I knew I should run, but the path, the curve, the house, it had me. A single light in the upstairs window flickered violently. Then all went dark. Silence pressed in, thick and complete. I exhaled slowly, forced calm. I couldn't see anything. Couldn't hear anything except the faint hiss of the radio, repeating my own voice. Don't open the door. I stepped back, hand on my flashlight, listening. The air felt alive, almost breathing. Shadows shifted across the yard without source. Another whisper, this time in my own ear or maybe my mind. It's too late to leave. I stumbled backward toward the cruiser, the fog pressing tighter, curling, wrapping around the tires, obscuring the road. My pulse raced. My boot sank slightly into the wet, dusty earth. I risked glancing at the porch one last time. Shadows stretched long, unnaturally, across the steps, across the yard. I could swear something crouched there, waiting. I climbed into the cruiser, fumbling for the keys. My hand shook. Engine roared to life. Headlights cut through the fog, illuminating the yard. The house seemed to lean back, breathing slowly, watching. I eased the cruiser onto the road, heart hammering, eyes darting to every window, every shadow, every flicker of light. I radioed dispatch again, voice tight. Sheriff here. Location checked. No one responding. House appears empty, lights flickering, and I don't know. Something's wrong. Static answered. Then faint, almost too faint to hear. You shouldn't be there. I swallowed hard, gripping the wheel. The curve of the road ahead loomed, darkness pressing against the headlights. I forced myself to drive, slow, cautious, but my eyes kept darting to the windows of that house, to the shadows curling inside, waiting for someone or something to emerge. And I knew, deep down, I hadn't seen everything. Not by a long shot. Something had been there. Something had noticed me. Something had moved. Something was waiting for the next turn. I stayed in the cruiser longer than I should have, engine idling, flashlight resting on the dash. The house sat there like it had always been waiting. The sharp curve of the road cradling it in shadow. I wanted to convince myself I'd imagined the flicker, the whisper, the weight pressing through the windows. But when I looked again, the porch light flared briefly, then died, and I felt the same gaze crawling across my back. I stepped out. Night air thickened around me, damp and cold, smelling faintly of rot. My boot sank slightly into the soft earth at the edge of the driveway. I approached slowly, flashlight beam cutting a narrow path over grass, over the twisted shrubs that clawed at the sides of the house. Each step made the shadows shift in ways they shouldn't, like the house itself breathed around me. The first window I reached was a living room, partially covered with old lace curtains, yellowed with age. I leaned closer, pressing the beam against the glass. Furniture sat arranged too neatly, as if the house was a showroom, but something was off. The chairs didn't align to faces. The couch angled toward the corner instead of the hearth. A table set in the middle with nothing on it. Yet everything seemed waiting. I froze when movement caught the edge of my vision. A shadow passed behind the sheer curtain. Not fast, not jittery, deliberate, smooth, like someone gliding from one side of the room to the other. I stepped back instinctively, heart hammering. Whoever, or whatever, was inside wasn't human. Not really. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of light, my imagination, but the weight of being watched was too heavy, pressing against my chest. I circled to another window. The upstairs windows looked empty, yet reflections danced in the glass, mimicking shapes I didn't make. I blinked. They lingered, too perfect, too intentional. Through another pane, I saw the shadow again. This time it paused, half hidden behind a chair that faced the wall, not moving like a person adjusting, not like a normal figure, just still, perfectly still, yet somehow aware. I swallowed hard, flashlight beam shaking. The air smelled sharper now, metal dust, something faintly sweet, like decay curling in slow, deliberate waves. I pressed my face closer to the glass. The reflection of my eyes stared back at me, wider than normal, for a fraction of a second. It didn't move when I blinked. I jerked back, heart hammering. That wasn't me, or at least not all of me. Something else shared my reflection, riding alongside it. I circled the house again, flashlight scanning every window, every corner. Shadows shifted unnaturally, furniture angles changing just slightly each time I looked. Subtle enough I could have doubted my senses, but I knew better. Something inside was rearranging itself, or rearranging my perception of it. A low creak drew my attention. Floorboards upstairs, stretching under a weight that shouldn't be there. No light flickered in those windows, but I saw it, a tall, thin silhouette gliding past the panes. Stop and peered down at me. The movement was smooth, impossible for human legs. It paused as if considering me, then vanished into darkness again. I stepped back, tripping slightly over the uneven driveway. My pulse raced, mind trying to rationalize. Old house. I muttered aloud, voice trembling. Old house settling. Shadows wind your imagination. But my instinct screamed against it. Something alive, something aware inhabited the house. Something that knew I was there. I moved closer to the side of the house, flashlight beam cutting across windows. Inside, the rooms were arranged in ways that made no sense. Tables pushed into corners, chairs facing walls, rugs shifted diagonally. Objects that should be heavy seemed to float, just enough that they didn't stay where they belonged. And then I noticed a pattern. Everything aligned toward the windows I was peering into. The house itself seemed watching, listening. I leaned against the wall, heart pounding. The whisper returned, softer, almost lost in the night. Look closer. My skin crawled. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the old wood. Someone or something wanted me to see. A window higher up flickered. Upstairs, a shadow emerged, stretching impossibly long. The silhouette paused mid-step, as if aware I was observing. My breath caught. It tilted its head just slightly, not human, not fully. Then it vanished again, leaving only the pale reflection of the moon. I stepped back, pressing myself to the side of the house, flashlight trembling. The air inside smelled stronger now, rot and iron curling together. My stomach knotted. I wanted to call it in, wanted to leave, but curiosity held me rooted. I needed to know what I was seeing. The front window flickered again. The furniture inside shifted slightly as I watched, like someone nudged it with invisible hands. Chairs rotated slowly. A couch swiveled a fraction. I blinked, doubting my eyes, and then I saw it. A chair lifted slightly, hovered, then dropped. Not violently, not loud, just enough to disturb reality. I stumbled back, hand on my gun, heart hammering. The air felt thick, alive, pressing in on me from every side. Shadows pulled beneath the windows, stretching across the lawn, curling along the walls. I felt eyes on me from every corner. Not human eyes, eyes that didn't blink, didn't reflect light, just watched. I took a step away from the house, boots sinking into wet dirt. Another window, another shadow. This one crouched, half hidden behind a table that shouldn't have been there, moving its head unnaturally to track me. My pulse spiked. I whispered, barely audible, "Who's there?" Silence. Then the whisper returned, clearer this time, low and urgent. "Don't touch anything." I froze, scanning the walls. Nothing moved, yet the sense of being observed intensified. The house itself felt aware, a sentient predator waiting, testing. I circled to the back, flashlight catching the edges of old furniture, peeling wallpaper, rusted fixtures. The air smelled sharp, like metal and dust, thick with something I couldn't name. And then I heard it, a soft shuffle, faint, deliberate, not footsteps, not human, but alive. Something moved behind the walls, something small, skittering, but patient. I backed away slowly, hard in my throat, another whisper, under my breath this time. "Leave before it watches too closely." My reflection in the window stared back at me, eyes wider, pupils fixed. Not me, not fully, The shadow behind it mirrored my movements with a delay. Almost perfect, almost human. I stumbled, pressed myself against the side of the house. Windows flickered in sequence, shadows stretching across the walls, aligning, pausing, moving again. The rooms inside felt wrong. Objects didn't stay where they belonged. Angles shifted subtly. Chairs rotated, tables hovered. Something in the house rearranged itself constantly, adjusting to me. I tried to call it in. Radio dead. Static only. Faint whispers layered beneath the hum. It knows you. I swallowed hard. My gut twisted. Something inside was aware, watching, learning. My flashlight trembled in my grip. A window near the front porch flared bright. And for a moment, I saw everything inside. The rooms, the furniture, the shadows, the impossible angles. And then, in one corner, a shape crouched low, unmoving, impossibly thin. It tilted its head toward me, slowly, deliberately. I blinked. Gone. Only the reflection of the porch light. Fading. I swallowed, heart racing. I pressed against the wall, trying to steady my breath. The whisper returned, almost in my mind now. You shouldn't be here. Not yet. My pulse thundered. The air smelled stronger. Wrought iron dust, something faintly sweet. My instinct screamed to leave. I didn't. I took one last step around the house. Flashlights sweeping every corner. Shadows shifted unnaturally. Furniture angles adjusting mid-step. Objects floating just enough to defy logic. Eyes, too many, too fixed, glimmered in the darkness. And then I realized the house wasn't empty. Not human, not alive in any normal sense, but aware, watching, waiting. I stepped back to the cruiser, heart hammering. The porch light flickered once more, then went dark. Silence pressed in, thick and complete. The windows stared at me like dark mirrors, reflecting not me, but something else. I climbed into the car, keys trembling in my hands. As I started the engine, I couldn't stop glancing at the house. Shadows shifted behind the windows, always moving, never still. My reflection in the glass flickered. The whisper returned, almost gentle this time. It waits for the next turn. I gripped the wheel, breath shallow, mind racing. Something had been in the house. Something that wasn't human, that adjusted, that knew. And I didn't know if I had seen the worst, or only the beginning. I stepped onto the porch, each board groaning under my weight, like it remembered every foot that had pressed against it before. The door loomed ahead, dark, slightly ajar, smelling faintly of damp wood and something metallic beneath it. I could feel the house watching me, waiting for my first move. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but I had to know. That's the mistake I always make. My hand found the handle. Cold metal bit into my palm. Slick with dew, I pushed gently. The door creaked, slow and deliberate, and I froze, listening. Nothing, or so I thought. The moment I stepped inside, the air wrapped around me. Stale, heavy clinging, the floor beneath my boots sounded hollow. But somehow the echoes carried further than they should. Each step I took made the floorboards groan, but the sound wasn't alone. Beneath it, softer, almost hidden. Something else tapped back, out of sync with my own movements. Footsteps, not mine. Following. I didn't move faster. I couldn't. My body refused. Every instinct screamed to run. But the curiosity that had pulled me here rooted me in place. The living room stretched before me, dim under the cracked blinds. Furniture huddled in strange clusters, angled against logic, each shadow twisting like a knot. My flashlight flickered as I swept it across the room, catching glimpses of shapes that moved when I wasn't looking. Chairs shifted subtly. Tables tilted slightly. The air smelled stronger now. Iron wrought a sweetness that made my stomach churn. I took another step. My boot echoed loud, hollow, and then I heard it again, quieter this time, but unmistakable. A soft shuffle, like someone moving just behind the walls, tracing me. I froze. I whispered low, more to myself than anything else. Who's there? Nothing answered. Just the walls breathing, or pretending to. I moved toward the hallway. Light from my flashlight bounced off the wallpaper, old and peeling, the patterns twisting unnaturally. Shadows pulled in the corners, clinging to the walls, stretching toward me. Every creak of the floor beneath me echoed louder. Yet I could hear another sound beneath it. Footsteps. Following, but always out of step, always deliberate, patient. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. I reached for the radio on my belt. Dead. Nothing but static. And under it, almost imperceptible, a whisper. "You're not alone." I jerked my head. Nothing. The walls were still. Yet I felt the wave of eyes on me, pressed close, unseen but certain. The hallway ended at a staircase. The wood groaned as I placed my hand on the banister. Up there, the shadows were darker, thicker, curling along the steps like smoke. I could see the outline of a room at the top, doorway open, but the shape within it wasn't stable. It shimmered slightly, as if vibrating at a frequency I couldn't hear. I took the first step upward. My boot groaned. The soft shuffle echoed behind me. Step after step, the sound followed, not matching me, not anticipating, but trailing, almost enjoying the delay. I wanted to turn, to run, to slam the door shut, but my curiosity held me. What did it want me to see? Or was it watching me just for the sake of watching? At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched longer than it should have. Rooms on either side, doors closed. But through the faint cracks, I saw movement. Shadows shifting across walls, furniture tilting, floorboards stretching as if alive. My breath caught. This wasn't a house. Not really. It was a trap or a creature in itself, folding and bending reality inside its walls. I stepped toward the first door. My flashlight caught the edge of a rug, moving slightly, like something underneath was adjusting. I froze. Then, from behind the walls, the shuffle grew louder, closer. A whisper curled into my ear, almost on my skin. "Look closer." My hand trembled on the doorknob. I twisted it slowly. The door swung open, hinges screaming softly, but the room was empty, or appeared empty. Furniture huddled in impossible angles. A chair floated slightly above the floor, before settling back with a soft thud. I felt a sudden chill, as if someone exhaled directly onto the back of my neck. I spun. Nothing. Just walls, shadows, and the echo of footsteps that weren't mine. I backed toward the center of the hallway, flashlight beam sweeping, catching glimpses of movement at the edges of my vision. Curtains swayed slightly, even though no wind touched them. The wallpaper shifted subtly, patterns forming faces that weren't there a moment before. I swallowed, stepped forward. Floor groaned, shuffled behind me, closer. I could feel the heat of presence without seeing it, a suffocating awareness pressing from the walls themselves. I whispered low, almost daring it. "I know you're there." Silence, and then softly as if the house itself spoke. "Do you?" I spun to the next room. Door creaked open. The smell hit me first. Iron, wet earth, decay. My flashlight caught something near the corner. Something crouched, low. Long limbs folded in impossible angles. Shadow, maybe, or a body contorting in ways that shouldn't exist. It tilted its head slowly toward me. I froze, and then it vanished, leaving only the empty corner and the lingering smell. Heart pounding, I backed into the hallway. Footsteps echoed behind me now in perfect sync with mine. I turned sharply. Nothing. The walls, the shadows, the shifting furniture. But I could feel the rhythm of it, a heartbeat that wasn't mine, keeping pace with me. I stumbled, almost falling, and the shuffle behind me hesitated, then resumed, patient, deliberate. I realized then the house watched, learned, and mimicked, not to trap me, not to hurt me yet, but to understand me. Every step I took was cataloged, mirrored, and anticipated. My flashlight flickered, and the shadows pulled in response, stretching toward me, curling along the walls like liquid. I pressed onward. Down the hall, at the far end, another room awaited. Light from my flashlight swept across the floor, and then I saw them. Footprints. Not mine, not human. Small, irregular, pressed into the dust. They led into the room, stopped halfway, and vanished. I froze. My instinct screamed to run. Yet curiosity, the same curiosity that had brought me here, rooted me to the spot. I stepped inside the room. The air was thicker here, smelling of rot and old metal. Shadows clung to the corners, pulling and stretching, almost tactile. I could feel eyes everywhere, watching, waiting, judging. I moved across the room. Floorboards groaned under my weight, and the shuffle behind me grew louder, faster, echoing off the walls. The whispers returned, soft, layered, almost conversations I couldn't fully understand. Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. Do you see? I could feel the house bending reality. Furniture shifted subtly as I passed, angles adjusting, chairs leaning just enough to suggest movement that wasn't mine. The wallpaper twisted slightly, faces forming into patterns, eyes tracking me. Each breath I took felt heavier, the air thick with expectation, as if the house waited for me to make the wrong move. I reached the center of the room. Footsteps behind me stopped. Silence pressed in. My flashlight trembled. And then, slowly, a shadow peeled away from the far corner, not moving like a human, not fluid, deliberate, gliding, folding space between itself and me. My stomach twisted. I swallowed. It stopped just beyond the beam, shaped tall, thin, impossible. Head tilted, watching. I backed toward the door. Each step echoed like thunder. The shadow mirrored me, not perfectly, just enough to unsettle me. It didn't chase. It waited, patient. I could feel its attention pressing against my spine. My gun felt heavy in my hand. Useless. I didn't want to shoot. I wanted to run. But the hallway stretched, infinite, twisting as I moved. Finally, I reached the stairwell. I could see the floor below through the gaps. Footsteps followed, echoing, patient. Shadows pulled along the edges of the railing, curling toward me. I paused, chest heaving, flashlight beam trembling. The whisper returned, close, almost inside my head. You will leave or stay forever. I didn't move. I couldn't. Not yet. My flashlight scanned the walls, the rooms, the shadows. Footsteps behind me, watching, waiting. And then I realized, not by a long shot. And the house wasn't just a place. It was something alive, something patient. And it had learned my rhythm, my patterns, the way I moved, breathed, thought. I took a step down. Floorboards groaned. Shuffled behind me. Closer now. I swallowed. Every instinct screamed at me. My reflection in a small mirror caught the flashlight beam. Eyes wider than they should be. Pupils fixed. Not fully me. Shadow behind, mirroring, watching. I backed toward the staircase, each step echoing in sync with the shadow. The whispers layered, almost pleading. Go. Stay. Do you see? I stumbled into the stairwell, pressed myself against the wall, chest heaving. Footsteps echoed perfectly behind me. Shadows curled along the railing, stretching impossibly. The room below shifted subtly, furniture sliding, angles bending. And I knew, as I gripped the railing, that the house had learned. It had cataloged every move, every breath, every hesitation. And it would remember. I took one last step down, flashlight trembling. Footsteps stopped. Silence pressed in. But the sense of being observed didn't leave. It lingered, watching, waiting, patient. And I understood then with a sick certainty that the house didn't just observe. It anticipated. It adapted. And I was only beginning to learn its rules. The hallway smelled of damp wood and something I couldn't name. Something thick, like wet clay mixed with old iron. I stepped carefully, boots scraping against the floorboards, but every time I moved, the furniture around me shifted, just slightly, subtle enough that I thought it was my imagination. But I knew it wasn't. Chairs angled differently. Tables slid a fraction of an inch. A lamp tipped just enough to catch the light differently, casting a shadow that didn't belong. I froze. A whisper brushed my ear, soft, nearly drowned the groan of the floor. Daniel. My heart skipped. That wasn't a name from this house. Not anyone I knew. I spun, flashlight sweeping across the room. Nothing. Only shadows that swirled in corners, almost alive. And then again, from afar into the hallway. Sarah, my breath caught. These were the names of people I'd read about in old reports. The missing, forgotten by the town, or so everyone thought. The wall seemed closer now, pressing inward, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I could feel the heat of the room change with each whisper. Michael. Each name rolled over me, soft, insistent. My boots scraped against the floor as I took a step forward, but the hallway stretched, elongated, bending just enough to make the far door seem miles away. I shook my head, trying to ground myself. Objects on the walls weren't supposed to move. Frames tilted. A vase I hadn't noticed before now rested on the edge of a table that hadn't been there a moment ago. My pulse thrummed in my ears, louder than anything else. I whispered back, almost instinctively, "Who's there?" The answer wasn't a voice, not exactly. It was a chorus of them, low and layered, coming from everywhere at once. "We're here, we're waiting." Panic clawed at my chest. I swallowed, forcing air down my throat, but my hand shook. The flashlight trembled in my grip, the beam jittering across the walls. Each movement revealed more impossible things. Furniture rearranged itself while I blinked, doorframe skewed, the wallpaper seemed to pulse. I pressed forward toward the source of the whispers, toward a room at the end of the hall. The floorboards groaned, and behind me, I could hear the faintest shuffle, echoing in perfect step with my own. Not my shadow, not mine. Someone or something mirrored me. I tried to ignore it, focus on the names. As I approached the doorway, a chair toppled on its own behind me, scraping across the floor. I whipped around, flashlight stabbing into the darkness. Nothing, just shadows curling along the edges of the walls. I shook my head. "It's the house," I muttered, "just the house playing tricks." But I didn't believe myself. Deep down, I knew the whispers weren't the house. Houses don't speak. Not like this. I stepped into the room. Air thickened, heavy with the smell of damp wood and decay. Light from my flashlight caught on something in the corner. Paper scattered across the floor as if blown by an invisible wind. And in the middle of the mess, a single photograph, face down. I picked it up, heart hammering. When I turned it over, I froze. It was a young girl, missing for months, eyes wide, frozen in a silent scream. Behind me, a whisper hissed her name. "Emily." I dropped the photo. It landed face up. Another photo now there, another missing person, then another, appearing in places I hadn't looked. I stumbled back, flashlight shaking, heart racing. The whispers grew louder, names tumbling over each other, overlapping, impossible to separate. I tried to cover my ears. It didn't help. The voices seeped into my skull, vibrating through my bones. "They see you, they know." I spun around the room, flashlight beam cutting through the chaos. Chairs, tables, vases, they all shifted, as if alive, reacting to me. I backed into the wall, pressing myself against it, breathing hard, praying the voices would stop. But they didn't. Footsteps echoed softly behind me. Not the floorboards. Something else. The whispers intensified. I recognized some names. People I'd seen in reports on TV, in the missing persons files. Others were unknown, but the panic in their voices was universal, raw. I stumbled forward, heart hammering, flashlight illuminating shadows that clung to the corners. A book slid from a shelf, landing at my feet. Pages flipped open violently, letters rearranging themselves mid-air, spelling names I didn't know. I stepped back, nearly tripping, and the shadows seemed to lean closer, curling toward me. "They're here," a whisper said. "They've always been here." I tried to focus on a single corner, a single object, anything to find logic. My flashlight caught a mirror on the far wall. I froze. My reflection wasn't alone. Behind me, just in the frame, figures leaned from the shadows, faint, flickering shapes, faces obscured, mouths moving silently. And then they whisper my name, my own name, heart racing. I spun around. The room was empty, or seemed so. Objects continued to shift. A vase toppled slowly, then righted itself. Chairs moved closer together, forming impossible angles. The air smelled sharper now, metal and rot. I realized with a sick certainty the house wasn't just alive. It was aware. It had learned what terrified me, what unsettled me, and it used it. I backed toward the doorway, flashlight beams scanning frantically. Shadows pooled, curling like ink in water. The whispers followed, names tumbling in endless repetition. James, Claire, Thomas. I stumbled, nearly falling, and the pile of photos I'd ignored earlier spilled over. Faces looking up at me, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. I tried to leave, but the doorway seemed farther than it should be. The hallway beyond stretched, elongated, bending light and space. Footsteps followed me, patient, deliberate. Shadows shifted along the walls, curling inward, watching. The whispers layered, names overlapping, a chorus of loss and fear pressing against me. I grabbed the doorknob, turned it, and froze. The room behind me wasn't the same. Photos lay scattered, yes, but the furniture had rearranged itself. A chair faced me, sitting on the ceiling at an impossible angle. My mind screamed, trying to rationalize, but the whispers drowned logic. Names of missing locals pressed into my thoughts, insistent, accusing. I stumbled out into the hall. Footsteps behind me followed, echoing my own, faster now, impatient. The walls breathed, pulsing with the rhythm of their voices. I wanted to run, but the hallway stretched infinitely, the far door flickering in and out of view. Shadows pulled and shifted, following, anticipating, always just beyond reach. I backed into a corner, flashlight trembling, sweat running down my face. The whispers layered, chaotic now, names overlapping, impossible to separate. You see us, you hear us, you're ours. The words were soft, venomous, pressing against my skull. I felt my knees weaken, hands shaking, but I forced one step forward, then another. Every object around me moved subtly, reacting to me. A rug twisted underfoot. A chair toppled slightly, then righted itself. The room wasn't obeying physical rules. It obeyed fear, my fear, and as I pressed on, the whispers grew more insistent, voices pressing against my ears, minds, heart. Names I didn't know now, yet they carried the same panic, the same raw need. I stumbled into the next room. Light caught on something, a cabinet, door slightly ajar. I approached. Photos spilled across the floor. Faces of the missing, eyes wide with silent panic. I picked one up, trembling. A boy, maybe 12, missing for over a year. Whispered, "Lucas." I dropped it. The air thickened, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. The whispers became a cacophony, overlapping, impossible to ignore. Names, voices, echoes of panic, pressing from every direction. I stumbled backward, falling against the wall, and the shadows seemed to lean closer. The furniture shifted again, subtly, rearranging itself to block my escape. I realized with a cold certainty that the house was alive in a way I hadn't understood before. It wasn't just walls and wood. It was memory, fear, loss. Every missing person, every name whispered into the night, was a thread in its consciousness. And I had become part of it now, observed, cataloged, and mirrored in every heartbeat, every step, every thought. I pressed on, heart hammering, flashlight catching glimpses of impossible angles, objects shifting mid-step, shadows moving like smoke. The whispers pressed, pressing names into me, a litany of loss I couldn't escape. My pulse raced, breath shallow. Finally, I stumbled into a larger room. The air was thick, almost tangible, pressing against my skin. Objects shifted violently now. Chairs toppled, tables slid, photos scattered across the floor. The whispers layered, a chorus of names, some familiar, some unknown, all pressing into me, demanding acknowledgement. I fell to my knees, chest heaving. The room seemed to pulse with the weight of their presence. Shadows twisted and pulled, curling along walls, floor, ceiling. And then, just as suddenly, silence. Footsteps stopped. The air stilled. Names hung in the corners, whispered faintly, just beyond comprehension. I forced myself to my feet, flashlight trembling in hand. The room seemed calmer now, but the lingering presence of those voices pressed against my mind. They hadn't gone. They were waiting, always waiting. And as I stumbled toward the next hallway, I realized with a sick certainty, this wasn't just a house. It was a memory, a trap, a witness to every disappearance. And it had remembered me. I stepped outside, and the world didn't feel right. Not just a chill in the air, but something deeper, like the earth itself had shifted while I wasn't looking. The house loomed behind me, its dark silhouette heavy against the night sky. Yet the porch steps I had descended, steps I remembered counting, feeling under my boots, were gone. Just air where it should have been, a gap between the door and the ground that made my stomach lurch. I froze. My flashlight swept over the empty space, shining into the void where the steps should be. Nothing, only the faint sheen of wet earth, disturbed, muddied, as if something had walked across it. No, someone. A smell hit me then, decay, sharp and metallic, like rust mixed with something foul and rotten. I swallowed hard. The whispering had stopped inside the house, replaced now by the deafening silence of the night. But the sense of being watched didn't leave me. I took a careful step forward, testing the air. My boot sank slightly into the soft earth, and I realized the porch had never existed. My mind screamed at the contradiction. I had descended steps. I had felt each one under my weight. But here was nothing, just soil and shadows. Panic flickered, cold and insistent. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was the whispers, the shifting furniture, the photos, all pushing me toward breaking. And yet, as I moved around the side of the house, I realized something worse. The structure itself was wrong. The windows I remembered didn't line up with the walls. The doors were too wide, too narrow. The angles didn't make sense. My flashlight beam caught a corner of siding, and it shimmered, almost liquid in the dim light. I recoiled. Houses didn't shimmer. Houses didn't vanish. I glanced at my map, pulling it from my jacket pocket. I had marked the curve, the house, the exact address of the report. The paper trembled in my hands as I traced the lines. And then I noticed it. The house wasn't there, not on the map. The road curved, perfectly empty, as if the structure had never existed at all. My heart pounded. I checked again, and again, nothing, only the dark stretch of road, bordered by trees that leaned close, almost whispering in the wind. I stepped back to where I had exited. My boots sank again into the soft earth, and I noticed the footprints, mine unmistakably, and behind them, another set, larger, deeper, sloshing with mud, heading toward the tree lean. I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't heard anyone, but the footprints were there, pressing to the earth, and they stopped abruptly at the tree line. I swallowed hard. The air smelled sharper now, metallic and wet. The forest seemed to shift just slightly, branches curling as if leaning closer. My flashlight flickered, and in that moment, I thought I saw a figure between the trees. A man? A shadow? I blinked. Nothing. The shapes dissolved back into darkness. I forced myself to move. Away. Down the road, toward my car. The night seemed longer than it should be. The road stretching farther with every step. The trees pressing in. Every few feet, I thought I heard something. Footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, matching my pace. I spun, flashlight slicing the darkness. Nothing, just the road, slick with mud and mist. And then I saw the porch again. Not the one I had descended. This one was different, smaller, narrower, barely enough to stand on. A door hung crooked, paint peeling. And through the window, faint light flickered. I blinked. The house I had just left, the one I had spent what felt like hours inside, rearranging its rooms, whispering the names of the missing, vanished. And yet, here was again, wrong, but present. I forced my legs to keep moving toward the car, toward reality, but the road warped beneath me. Trees twisted into impossible angles, shadows stretching toward me, never quite touching. I felt the weight of the night pressing on me, the house, or whatever it was, watching, waiting. Every step felt heavier, as if gravity itself had shifted. I reached my car, sliding inside, hands trembling as I locked the doors. Headlights cut through the darkness, but the road ahead seemed different. Familiar curves were gone, replaced by angles I didn't recognize. And yet, when I turned the map in my hands again, the road was exactly as it should be. No house, no twisted curves, nothing to mark the memory I carried. I leaned back, breath shallow, heartbeat pounding. The smell lingered, sharp and metallic, pressing into my senses. And then I noticed the dashboard. Small scratches, thin and deep, running across the surface. I hadn't noticed them before. I hadn't touched that part of the car. My fingers hovered, trembling, and as I touched them, I felt a vibration, subtle like the faintest echo of footsteps, pressing from beneath the floor. I forced myself to start the engine, to move, to escape the impossible night. Headlights cut the dark, illuminating the trees, the road, the familiar curve I knew should have held the house. But it was empty, just road, just shadows. My pulse raced. The air smelled of damp earth, decay, something I couldn't name but recognized instantly from inside the house. The lingering presence of it followed me, pressing against my back as I drove. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The trees leaned closer, branches curling toward the car like fingers. Shadows pulled between them, and then I thought I saw movement. A figure standing at the edge of the road. Not a person. Not quite. Just a shape, dark and hunched, impossible to place. Watching. My pulse spiked. I blinked. Gone. The road was empty. The radio crackled suddenly. Faint static at first, then a whisper. Not music. Not news. Just a voice. Soft, familiar, calling my name. Sheriff. My hands tightened on the wheel. The voice layered, overlapping, and then names. The missing. One after another. I recognized them. Not just from files, but from the house, from the whispers. And then a new name. My own. I swallowed hard, gripping the wheel. The road twisted, bending subtly, the headlights flickering against shadows that didn't exist. My reflection in the rear view seemed off. Not me, my eyes wider, darker, hollower, and then the voice again, insistent. You remember us, you see us, we are not gone. I forced myself to breathe, focus on the road, keep moving. But the map in my hand felt different now. The street names had changed. The curves weren't right. The house, gone again, or never there at all. I realized then that my memory of it wasn't just a memory. It was a warning, a lure, and the porch, the steps, the smell, the whispers, they were real, too real. I thought of the missing. Every face I had seen, every photograph, every whisper. And I understood the house wasn't just a place. It was a door, a trap, a mirror. It fed on being remembered, on being sought. And I had been remembered. I had been sought. The air in the car grew thick, oppressive, and I felt a weight on my chest, like unseen hands pressing. Shadows clung to the edges of the windshield, crawling along the edges of the headlights. I blinked. Gone. The road stretched on, familiar again. Or maybe it never had. I forced myself to look ahead, to the curve where the house had stood, or hadn't. The earth was smooth, undisturbed, as if the night itself had swallowed the memory. But my boots remembered, my hands remembered, my mind remembered, and I realized that some things could never be erased. Not from memory, not from the world. I drove on, faster now, heart hammering. The smell lingered in the car, metallic and damp, pressing into every breath. The whispers faded, but the echo remained. Footsteps pressed beneath the tires, against the pavement, soft but undeniable. I dared not look in the rear view again. The road straightened. Trees leaned back, shadows retreating. The night seemed quieter, almost calm, but I knew better. The house had vanished from the map, from the road, from reality, and yet it hadn't vanished from me. I thought I saw it once, just for a second, in the corner of my eye, a dark silhouette, porch steps appearing, just long enough for me to remember, and then gone. Air, silence, impossible geometry. I slowed near the town line. Street lights flickered. The smell faded slightly, replaced by the mundane scent of asphalt and oil. And yet, as I glanced at my map one final time, I noticed a blank square where the house should have been. A missing address, a missing place. And I realized some things are not meant to exist. Some doors, once opened, leave traces that no one else can see. And yet they linger, pressing, waiting. I parked at the station, hands shaking, boots muddy, flashlight trembling in my grip. I tried to explain to myself what had happened, but the words stuck in my throat. The porch, the house, the whispers, the names. They were all real and yet impossible. I had proof in my memory, in my fear, and the marks pressed into my boots. The door to the station creaked as I stepped inside. A warm light, ordinary, safe, but I couldn't shake it. The air smelled faintly of damp wood, faintly of rust, and I knew, deep down, that the house had not finished with me. It had vanished from the world, but not from me, and I feared, with a certainty that made my blood run cold, that it never would. It was 3 in the morning when the radio first spoke to me, not in words, not in the usual chatter dispatch, but in static that crawled across the speakers like a living thing. I rubbed my eyes, the coffee cold and bitter in my hand, and tuned the dial again. The hum of the equipment filled the quiet station, the hum that should have been familiar, comforting, like a heartbeat. Only it wasn't comforting. Not tonight. Then I heard it, my name, faint at first, buried in the static, but unmistakable. Sheriff. My hand froze on the dial. No one had called me. Dispatch was empty. The office was silent except for the hum and my own ragged breathing. I leaned closer, straining, and the voice came again. Clearer. Sheriff, are you there? I jerked back, heart thudding. It had to be someone on the line. Someone messing with me. A prank. A signal crossed. A faulty mic. I reached for the radio, flipping through channels, my fingers trembling. Static bloomed and died, but the whisper returned, soft and insistent. The words weren't just my name, they were questions. Questions I didn't recognize, but understood in a gut-level way. Why are you listening? I flicked the volume higher, my pulse quickening. The office felt smaller suddenly, the walls pressing in. Every object, my coffee cup, the scattered papers, the coat rack, seemed too still, like they were watching. The voice surged clearer, closer, as if inside my own head now. Sheriff, we're waiting. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the desk. The radio hissed violently, the static spiking and falling in patterns that made my teeth ache. I could almost see shapes in it, dark shapes twisting in the crackle, like shadows trapped in the white noise. I shook my head, trying to focus. I told myself it was interference, a line crossed somewhere in the county, a ghost signal bouncing from one tower to another. Logic, cling to it, but the voice didn't stop. It layered now, multiple threads, multiple tones, overlapping and echoing. My own name repeated, a chorus of static-laced syllables, growing urgent, insistent. I pressed the emergency channel button. Nothing. Silence. Only the hum and my name twisting across the speakers. Almost singing. I leaned back, eyes closing for a moment, telling myself I needed a breath. Just a breath. But then I heard it. The soft tap of boots on concrete. Not in the office, but outside. Footsteps slow, deliberate, circling the building. My ears strained. Every instinct screamed to ignore it, to stay seated, calm, professional. But the air had changed. The night had seeped into the walls. A cold and heavy presence that made my skin crawl. I grabbed the flashlight, shoving past the desk, heart hammering. I flicked it across the parking lot. Empty. The lot stretched wide, black asphalt and faint yellow lines gleaming in the weak glow of the security light. No cars. No one. Only shadows bending against themselves. And still, the radio whispered my name. I backed into the office. Door locked behind me, sliding the deadbolt home with a click that sounded too loud. The static hiss, growing louder, almost angry, almost pleading. Words tangled with each other now, forming patterns I couldn't quite parse. But the feeling was undeniable. Someone or something knew I was alone, watching, waiting. I sank into the chair, hands on the radio, mind spinning. I had been on duty long enough to know fear, real fear. The call that came in at all hours, the crashes, the fights, the bodies, the missing. But this wasn't fear I recognized. It was intimate, probing, personal. The voice knew me, my habits. The quiet hour when the world sleeps, the moment I checked the channels alone. The air in the office thickened. My breath felt heavy, labored. I could hear my pulse in my ears, drumming, mixing with the static. And then, something new. A second voice, low and distant, murmuring through crackle. Not a name this time. Not words I could understand, but tone that pressed against my chest made my vision swim. It wasn't a human voice. It couldn't be. I slammed the radio off. Silence flooding the room. Relief, sharp and immediate, rolled through me. My pulse slowed a little, though the shiver running down my spine didn't leave. I leaned back, trying to think. Exhaustion, hallucination, stress, too many hours, too little sleep. That had to be it. That was logical. But then the radio sparked back on by itself. No dial turn, no buttons pressed. The static hissed, low at first, then crescendoed into the sound of a voice speaking my name again, not through the speakers. It came from inside me, reverberating, echoing, twisting with the rhythm of my heartbeat. I lunged for the power switch, fingers trembling, and the room went black for a heartbeat. When the lights flickered back, my desk was different. Papers shuffled where I hadn't touched them. My coffee cup was gone. The air smelled sharp, metallic, and cold. A whisper crawled from the radio, soft now, almost intimate. "You can't leave. We're here." I froze. My mind raced. Who were they? The missing? A trick of the night? Or something worse? Something older, something patient? The hum of the equipment blended with the pounding in my skull. I felt the walls pressing closer, the office shrinking, the darkness crawling forward. I wasn't alone. I never had been. The flashlight sat on the desk. I reached for it, almost too afraid to move. The beam flickered across the walls, and I caught something at the corner of my eye. A shape, shadowy, too fluid to be solid. It moved against the grain of the night, twisting, bending, as if the darkness itself had a pulse. I blinked, gone, but the feeling didn't leave. It lingered like smoke, curling around my spine. I called dispatch, my voice trembling. Static, silence, then my name again, louder this time, angrier, almost demanding. I slammed the receiver down, heart racing, breath shallow. I sank back, trying to tell myself I was imagining it, but the radio hissed again, and I could swear I heard something else. Faint, almost behind the walls, a scraping, soft and deliberate. Footsteps? Nails? I didn't want to look. And then the names started. Whispered names, low and urgent, flooding the static, overlapping each other. Familiar. The missing. People I had logged, checked on, investigated. Names that I had seen in reports, in photographs. And then mine. The realization hit like ice. My own name, now part of the chorus, part of the static that didn't obey logic, that didn't obey reality. I stood, hands shaking, eyes scanning the room. The office looked the same, but felt wrong. Objects I knew were in one place shifted. My chair was closer to the wall. Papers turned over. The calendar flipped pages, as if blown by wind that wasn't there. The radio hissed my name again, low, pleading, sinister. I had to get out. I had to see something, anything that made sense. I grabbed my coat, keys, flashlight, heart hammering. I reached the door, hesitated. The hall stretched before me, long and impossibly dark. Shadows pooling at every corner. I could feel eyes, not human, on me, watching, waiting. And the voice. My name again, louder, layered with something else. Something I couldn't identify, but felt in my bones. I ran to the door, threw it open. The night was empty. The lot, the street, everything outside was ordinary, mundane, normal, but the static followed me. Whispered, my name carried in the wind, and I could swear I saw movement in the shadows beyond the streetlights. Movement that didn't belong to anything living. I paused, chest heaving, flashlight shaking. The radio in the office, off, still whispered. My name, my voice, echoed in the air in the darkness in my mind. And I realized I hadn't just heard it. I had answered. Even in my silence, I had replied, drawn attention. I drove home after that, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles burned. Every reflection in the dark road seemed to twist, to watch. Every shadow clung to the edge of the headlights. And all the while, beneath the hum of the engine, beneath the night, I heard it, my name repeating insistent, waiting, By the time I reached my door, the first pale hints of dawn were in the sky, brushing the horizon with gray. I stepped inside, slammed the door, locked it. The silence hit me in waves, almost relief, almost calm. But in the corner of my mind, I knew it wouldn't stop. The radio, the whispers, the voices, my name echoing across the void. And as I sank into a chair, staring at the blank, ordinary walls of my living room, I realized one terrifying truth. Someone or something had found a way to reach me, even when I was alone, even when I thought I was safe. And it wasn't finished yet. I hadn't gone to bed. Not after the radio started speaking my name last night. Every sound in my house felt amplified, each creak of the floorboards echoing like a warning. The hum of the refrigerator, the drip of a faucet, the wind against a window. All of it had a strange weight, a presence I couldn't place. By the time I settled into my chair with the coffee I didn't want but needed, the memory of the voice still hummed in my mind, a static, tangled whisper that refused to leave. I flipped the radio on, half expecting silence. The static was there, yes, but something had changed. It was sharper, more deliberate, like a needle tracing a record groove I couldn't follow. And then came the voice, my name again, softly, intimately, and then new words I couldn't have known anyone else could know. The corner of Pine and Fifth, it said. She didn't make it to work. I froze. Pine and Fifth was the next block over. There had been a report of a woman walking to the diner early this morning. I hadn't even checked it yet, and yet the voice knew. It was giving me details, crimes, incidents, events, things that hadn't happened yet, things no one else could have known. My stomach turned. I pressed the emergency channel, thinking maybe I'd just catch some prank, maybe a hacker on the frequency. Silence, only static, and the voice returned, layering, urgent now. He won't stop. Black truck, 7:42. My pulse spiked. I knew the truck. I knew the time reference, even though nothing had happened yet. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself I was imagining things. Long nights, too much coffee, stress. But that didn't explain the details, the specifics, the certainty in the voice, like it had been watching, planning, waiting. It wasn't just speaking my name. It was speaking to me, inside me. The room grew colder, though the thermostat was steady. My breath came in shallow bursts, and I felt the hair rise on the back of my neck. I reached for the radio again, trembling, and the static shifted, forming words that were almost readable. Names of streets, license plates, times. One by one, it laid out a map I hadn't seen yet, a series of events I fear were inevitable. I couldn't stay seated. I moved, pacing the small living room, flashlight in hand. Shadows bent against the walls, twisting with each flicker of the bulb. And still, the voices came, low now, a murmuring chorus overlaying each other. They didn't pause. They didn't wait. They didn't care. She leaves her house at 6:15. He waits under the bridge. My hand shook. How could it know? How could anyone know? The air felt thick, pressing down, suffocating. I wanted to run outside to escape, but even the thought of leaving made my stomach knot. The static hissed, turning almost musical, singing a warning I couldn't understand but felt in every nerve ending. Footsteps? I froze again. Nothing outside my window, only the static and my own heartbeat thrumming too loudly in my ears. Then it changed. Not my name this time, not a location. It was a description, my own office. Your desk, paper scattered. Coffee cold. You've been here too long. I stared at the desk. My notes were untouched, coffee still steaming faintly in the cup. Yet the words were true. Every detail, every trivial, mundane detail. Someone or something was watching, observing every moment of my life. I backed away from the radio, hands to my head. Rational thoughts screamed at me, but the fear running through my veins ignored reason. Who could know this? Who could predict this? The details weren't just possible. They were precise, unflinching. The voice didn't hesitate, didn't stumble. It was as if it had lived in my mind long before I had. I heard movement, not from outside, not from the floorboards, from inside, behind walls, between the floors. My own shadow seemed to twitch in ways that didn't match the light, And again, my name, softer, more intimate, laced with dread. Sheriff, why are you hiding? I ran to the door. Locked. I checked the windows. Locked. The streets outside were empty, still, silent. Yet the voice followed me, describing steps I hadn't taken, gestures I hadn't made. It knew my routines, my habits, my thoughts, and the more I tried to ignore it, the louder it became, pressing against me from all directions. I sank into a chair, desperate. The voice? No, the voices whispered crimes, not rumors, not hearsay, but facts. Events that had yet to unfold. They described an alley I drive past every night, a person I've never met, a confrontation I've never witnessed. And the certainty was terrifying. These weren't predictions. They were confirmations. A clock counting down to acts I couldn't stop. I tried called dispatch again. Line dead, only static. And then, amid the hiss, I heard another layer, softer, almost a breath. We've always listened. Always. My skin crawled. Always. Not last night. Not today. Always. My office, my home, my patrols. Every detail of my life. They had always been there. In the shadows, in the static, in the very air I breathed. I move again, pacing, shaking, trying to anchor myself in reality. Flashlight beams slicing through the darkness. Hands grasping the radio. The words came faster now. Overlapping, jumbled, a rush of whispers that press against my skull. Names of the missing. Dates of disappearances, locations of crimes I had yet to respond to, and then my own name, again, woven into the chorus like a warning, like a signature. I stumbled into the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water, trying to focus. Rational thought demanded that I analyze, that I explain. But every time I tried, another whisper cut through. Too late. You hear us. You can't hide. My pulse raced. My hands shook. The glass trembled in my fingers. I drank, trying to steady, but the static seemed to seep into the liquid itself, humming along my nerves. I backed into a corner, flashlight on, radio at my side. The room felt alive. Walls seemed closer. Shadows pulled and shifted. The voices spoke in layers now, some urgent, some soft, some almost mocking. Every word drew me further and deeper into a dread I couldn't escape. And the more I listened, the more I realized it wasn't just information, it was control, observation, a presence I couldn't name but could feel. I remember my training, threat assessment, escape routes, tactical retreat, logic, protocol, but it all felt useless here because the threat wasn't physical. It was inside my mind. It had been there before I realized, inside the radio, inside the walls, inside me. My own instincts were no longer my own. The whispers guided them, shaped them, predicted them. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time stretched like taffy, elastic, unreal. I couldn't tell. The voices never stopped. They didn't pause, didn't breathe, didn't sleep. And the more they spoke, the more my own thoughts echoed theirs, blending until I couldn't tell which was mine. Each whispered crime, each predicted move, was a thread pulling me tighter into something I didn't understand, couldn't escape. I tried to fight it. I shouted, slammed the radio down. Silence fell, brief, fragile, almost soothing, and then a soft, low hum, almost like a sigh, almost human. My name again, gentle now, patient. Sheriff, you're listening. I sank into the chair, shaking, exhausted, terrified, and I realized I had been listening. All along. Even when I thought I wasn't. Even when I thought I was safe. The voices had been there, always, waiting, speaking, shaping. And now they had me. I didn't know what to do. Go outside? Flee? Call someone? Impossible. The voices knew. They had always known. And that certainty pressed down on me like a weight, crushing, suffocating. My hand still gripped the radio, as if letting go would be admitting defeat. As if letting go would let them in fully. I closed my eyes, tried to breathe, tried to convince myself it was over. That morning would come. That reality would reclaim me. But in the silence, in the fragile calm, I heard the softest whisper, almost intimate, almost friendly. We've been here before and we'll be here after. I opened my eyes. The room was empty, but not really. Shadows pooled in corners that shouldn't exist. The static was gone, but I could feel it lingering in the walls, in the air, in my own blood. And I knew, with a certainty that made my chest ache, that it wasn't finished. It wouldn't be, and that the world I thought I understood, the rules I followed had changed. And somewhere in the distance of my mind, I could hear another whisper just below hearing. My name, waiting. The moment I stepped into my patrol car, the world felt muted. The radio had been silent for hours, or maybe minutes. Time no longer had meaning. I hadn't even noticed the coffee in my cup had gone cold. The hum of the engine, usually reassuring, now sounded hollow, almost mocking. I turned the dial, half expecting the static to return, half fearing it wouldn't. It didn't. Only silence. A deep, unbroken silence that pressed against my ears. And then, as I sat there, waiting, it came. Not a whisper this time. Not a name, not a riddle. A command. Clear, deliberate, unavoidable. Go. I froze. My hand hovered over the gear shift. Go? Where? Why? The voice, or whatever had been speaking to me, had never ordered before. It had only informed, described, hinted. Now it demanded, and I obeyed, against every instinct, every warning flashing through my mind. The road ahead stretched dark and empty. Streetlights flickered like dying stars, casting brief glimpses of shapes I couldn't quite identify. Shadows bent against themselves, twisting in ways that made me blink twice. I gripped the wheel tighter. My pulse pounded, matching the rhythm of some unseen drum, some heartbeat not my own. I didn't know how long I drove. Minutes? Hours? The trees lining the road seemed to lean closer with every turn, their bare branches scratching at the sky, at the clouds, at me. I tried to talk to myself, rationalize. You're alone. There's no one there. It's just the night. But the command had an edge, a sharpness that cut through reason. I couldn't ignore it. And then I saw it, the place described. Clear, precise, exactly as the voice had said it would be. An old warehouse on the outskirts of town, rusted metal, broken windows, shadows pooling at its corners. I had never been here before. I didn't even know it existed. And yet, somehow I had arrived. Somehow, I was standing exactly where I was supposed to be. I killed the engine. Silence returned, heavier now. I stepped out of the car, boots crunching against gravel. The night smelled of rust and wet earth. Cold air clung to my skin, sharper than it should have been. And the warehouse loomed, enormous and impossible, like it had grown just to trap me. I moved toward it, flashlight trembling in my hand. Each step felt both necessary and wrong. The door was cracked open. No locks, no barriers, just a hollow invitation. I paused. Could I turn back? Could I leave? The thought of retreat was tempting, but my legs moved on their own, drawn forward by a force I couldn't see, couldn't name. Inside, the air was thick. Dust hung in the beams of my flashlight like tiny specters. Broken furniture leaned at impossible angles. Shadows clung to corners. And silence, absolute silence, as if the world had been drained of sound. But it wasn't empty. It was listening, waiting, watching. I tried the radio again. Nothing, not even static. The silence itself felt alive, pressing against my ears, my chest, my skull. And then the command returned. Softer this time, intimate, almost coaxing. Step inside. I swallowed, heart hammering. My hand rested on the doorframe. The inside smelled like mold and something older, something metallic, coppery. My flashlight swept the room. Nothing moved. Nothing should have moved. And yet every time I blinked, shapes shifted. Furniture rearranged itself. Boxes I hadn't noticed were now stacked in strange patterns. Shadows stretched where they shouldn't have. I whispered to myself. Rational words. Logical thoughts. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm alone. The voice or the presence ignored it. It didn't need me to say it. It knew. Always knew. And the deeper I stepped inside, the more the air seemed to constrict around me. Squeezing, pressing, making each breath a labor. Then I heard it. A sound I couldn't place. Not footsteps, not breathing, not wind. A scrape, low and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind the walls. I froze. My flashlight swung toward the noise. Nothing. And yet, I knew it wasn't nothing. The sound followed me, echoing the beams of my light, growing louder when I tried to ignore it, softer when I stared directly at it. I moved cautiously, tracing the edges of the warehouse. Every step echoed. My own movements became a trap, every sound a signal. I tried to call out, but my voice felt swallowed by the darkness. And then the command again, sharp this time, impossible to ignore. Center? Center? Of what? I scanned the room. Nothing stood out. The shadows seemed to shift, guiding me, directing me, shaping my path. And there it was, a hatch, metal worn, almost hidden beneath the debris. My flashlight trembled across it. The command hadn't lied. Center. This was it. I knelt. My hands traced the edges. Cold metal pressed against my palms. Something beneath it pulsed. Or maybe it was my own heartbeat echoing in the silence. I tried to lift it, but it was heavier than it should have been. And then the whisper, right at my ear, though no one was there, "Open it." I obeyed, slowly, trembling, my fingers gripping the edges. The hatch lifted with a groan, revealing darkness below, a shaft descending into nothing, and the air that rose from it smelled of earth, and old metal, and something I couldn't name. Something waiting, something hungry. I felt the eyes on me then. Not real eyes, not human, but awareness, presence, consciousness. I wasn't alone, not in the warehouse, not in the world, not even in my own body. And as I stared into the darkness of the shaft, I realized something horrifying. They had led me here, not just watched, not just predicted. They had guided me, and every step I had taken had been expected. I tried to retreat, step back, but my legs refused. My body moved forward, compelled, drawn into shadows like a moth to a flame. The silence screamed now, a deafening roar in my skull. Every instinct I had screamed to run, to flee, to fight. And yet, I stepped closer. I shone my flashlight down the shaft. Nothing, or everything. The darkness seemed infinite, swallowing the light, swallowing the warehouse, swallowing me. And then I heard a whisper from below, almost intimate, almost tender. "We've been waiting." I stumbled back, heart racing. My hand reached for the radio. Dead. Silence. The command returned, soft, inevitable. "Enter." I couldn't. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Fear froze me. A paralysis deeper than any I'd ever felt on the job. The air pressed tighter, colder. Shadows stretched and bent in ways that broke logic. And in that moment, I understood this wasn't about hiding. It wasn't about escaping. It was about being present, being seen, being drawn into something beyond understanding. I knelt by the edge of the hatch, peering down. The darkness seemed to pulse, to breathe, to beckon. And then, from somewhere within it, came the softest sound of all, a single word, impossibly clear amidst the void. "Welcome." I fell back, tripping over debris, heart hammering. The warehouse shifted around me, subtle but undeniable. Walls bent, corners extended, shadows reached. I wasn't imagining it. This place wasn't static. It was alive, and it knew I was afraid, thrived on it, fed on it. I tried to rationalize. The missing, the voices, the command, it had to be a trap, a hallucination, a breakdown. But nothing added up. Every instinct, every sense screamed that this was real. And yet I couldn't leave. The path out seemed to vanish when I looked away, only to reappear when I stopped looking. The building itself had become a labyrinth, shifting, watching, controlling. And then the voice again, softer now, almost human, almost caring. "Do not resist." Resist? I didn't want to. I wanted to flee. I wanted to scream. But even as I felt my chest tighten, my mind racing, a strange calm washed over me. The pull wasn't just fear anymore. It was curiosity, a compulsion to understand, to see, to face whatever had been watching all along. I rose, stepping closer to the hatch. Each movement felt monumental. Every breath a negotiation with the air itself. And as I looked down into the darkness, the whisper returned, a promise wrapped in dread. Everything you seek is here, but only if you dare. I froze, flashlight shaking. Dare? I didn't know. I didn't want to, but something deep in my gut, something I couldn't ignore, urged me forward, urged me down into the unseen, into the place that had been waiting for me before I even realized I was alone. The warehouse around me seemed to hum, subtle, insistent. Shadows leaned in closer. Silence screamed louder. And in that unbearable tension, I understood one thing with perfect clarity. I wasn't walking into the unknown. I was stepping into what had always known me. I swallowed, heart hammering, palms slick with sweat. The hatch loomed. Darkness waited. The voice lingered. And I took a step forward. I thought I knew these woods. I patrolled them for years. Trails marked. Clearings memorized. The creek bends memorized down to the rocks jutting from the water. But that night, as I followed the faint glow of a camper's lantern, I realized I had no idea where I was anymore. The path under my boots seemed to stretch, to twist in ways my memory refused to accept. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the earth itself was bending against me. The radio crackled once, a short burst of static that made my stomach knot, then went dead again. No reply from dispatch. No familiar voices. No reassurance. Just the hum of the engine idling in my car somewhere behind me. Swallowed by the trees. The lantern ahead flickered. I could see two figures, a man and a woman, moving slowly around a small campsite. But something was off. The trees between us seemed impossibly dense. Their trunks bent at angles that shouldn't exist. I blinked, and the man's shape shifted. He wasn't walking. He was sliding, almost gliding over the forest floor, leaving no trace of footprints. I called out. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the thickness of the night. The campers froze. For a heartbeat, I thought they had heard me, that they might respond. But then the wind, or something like it, stirred, carrying no words, no reply. And when I stepped forward again, the clearing ahead had grown. The trees spread wider, shadows folding into themselves. Every landmark I recognized had vanished, replaced by a labyrinth I couldn't map. My flashlight bounced across the trunks. Bark was rough, wet, unfamiliar. The air smelled of damp moss, yes, but also iron and decay, like someone had died here recently. My pulse jumped at every snap of a twig, though no one approached. And yet I felt eyes on me. Not human eyes, watching, calculating, patient. Something waiting. Something that had been following me before I even knew I had left the patrol car. I paused at a bend in the trail. The lantern glow was gone. No fire, no figures, no smoke. Just trees folding in on themselves like a living wall. My instinct screamed to turn back, to retreat, but the radio still hissed with silence. The night pressed heavy against my ears, and some compulsive force kept me moving forward. A sudden rustle from above made me freeze. Leaves dropped in slow motion, one by one, settling around my boots. I swore I saw a movement, a branch arching down, bending toward me. But when I lifted my flashlight, nothing was there. Shadows shifted unnaturally, and the air seemed thicker with each breath. I swallowed hard. The hairs on my arms stood upright, and still I walked. I tried to reason. Maybe I had turned off the main trail somewhere. Maybe the lanterns had been on a back path. But something about the geometry of the forest didn't make sense. The trees leaned into the trail, curving, curling, creating corners I didn't remember. The path itself seemed to fold like paper. And with every fold, the woods swallowed a bit of light, a bit of the world I trusted. I stopped again when I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible hum. Not wind, not water. It thrummed under the soles of my boots, vibrating through the bones of my legs. It called me forward and back at once. I tried to shake it off, focus on the radio, focus on logic. But the hum grew louder, pulsing, matching the beat of my heart. I blinked. The clearing was there again. No lanterns, no campers. Nothing but shadows pooling in corners I didn't recognize. My flashlight flickered. I cursed under my breath and tapped aside. The light steadied, but the shadows had shifted closer. Something was moving just out of the beam. Leaves rustled. Footsteps echoed. Mine? Not mine? I couldn't tell. Every sound seemed doubled, reverberating in directions that defied physics. I reached a fork in the trail. My instinct said left. Memory said right. I hesitated, and then a sound, soft, deliberate, came from the left path. A twig snapping under a heavy foot. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a lost hiker, but the weight of it didn't feel animal. I moved toward the sound anyway. My boots sank slightly in the wet earth. Every step stretched longer than it should have. Branches lashed at my jacket, snagging on sleeves and shoulders. The trail narrowed. The hum beneath my feet grew louder, almost a voice now, pulling me forward. I stumbled, caught myself on a tree trunk that wasn't there a moment before. My flashlight beam cut across thick roots, coiled like snakes. And then I saw them. Another pair of figures, barely illuminated, faces obscured. They didn't move like humans. They didn't breathe like humans, but their presence made the air thick, heavy, dangerous. I swallowed. My voice came out as a rasp. Hello? Are you lost? No response. Only the hum, louder now, vibrating in my teeth. I tried the radio. Nothing. Dead again. I was alone, trapped in a space that pretended to be familiar, but was impossible to map. The trail twisted again. Every step forward seemed to erase where I had come from. Trees bent around me. Shadows shifted. The ground rose and fell in ways my mind couldn't calculate. I felt nausea creep in, dizziness that blurred the lines of the forest. And through it all, the hum pulsed like a heartbeat I couldn't escape. A movement to my right. I swung the flashlight. Nothing. But the smell hit me then. Something metallic coppery like blood and rust mixed in air. My stomach churned. My mind screamed to turn back, to flee. But every instinct, every survival nerve, told me I had to go forward. The force that guided me was unseen, undeniable. I tripped over a root and fell forward, scraping my palms on the wet earth. My flashlight beam wobbled, illuminating a hollow in a tree. Shadows moved inside it, stretching. I froze, heartbeat hammering. And then a whisper, faint but unmistakable, "Keep walking." I jumped to my feet, shoving doubt aside. I followed the trail. The woods folded again. The clearing I expected was gone. Lanterns, campers, even moonlight vanished. Trees leaned closer, branches grasping. I felt eyes again, closer now, circling. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were there, watching, judging, waiting. My legs burned, lungs ached. Every muscle screamed. I stumbled into a small depression in the earth. The hum now was deafening, not in sound, but in presence. It vibrated against my skull, against my chest, against the very fibers of my being. I pressed my hands over my ears. Nothing helped. And then, in a moment of clarity or madness, I realized something horrifying. The forest was not natural, not fully. The trees, the trails, the shadows, they weren't static. They moved when I blinked, when I looked away, when I hesitated. And they were leading me, guiding me, trapping me. Every step I had taken had been expected. Every choice I thought I made was already mapped. I tried to call out again. My voice cracked. Only my own fear answered me. The forest swallowed it, and in that silence, I heard the faintest sound of a lantern being lifted. Someone or something was ahead. The path bent impossibly, twisting, narrowing. My boots sank into mud that wasn't there before. The hum became a whisper now, a chant. I couldn't decipher the words, but I felt them in my bones. Forward, forward, forward. I stumbled, fell again, and when I looked up, the clearing had returned, but wrong. Shapes I had memorized were there, but twisted, altered. Trees grew upside down, roots in the air. The tent of the campers sagged unnaturally, fabric stretched and rigid. And then the whisper, closer now, more intimate. "You belong here." Panic rose, clawing at my chest. I spun. Every direction looked the same. No markers, no paths. Just trees bending impossibly, shadows twisting unnaturally, and that pull, the hum, the whisper, the insistence, leading me deeper. I tried to run. My legs carried me, but the forest refused to release me. Every step forward erased a memory of where I had been. The hum pulsed in sync with my heartbeat. And then the whisper again, almost a voice of reason, almost familiar. Do not resist. Do not resist. I stopped, my chest heaving, hands slick with sweat and mud. I realized I was caught, not by ropes, not by walls, but by something older, something patient, something that had folded the forest into its own shape, guiding me, testing me, watching every instinct, every thought. And as I stood there, trembling, I understood the final unthinkable truth. I wasn't lost in the forest. I was in a place the forest had lost, a space between memory and reality. And whatever had drawn me here was not finished with me. The hum faded slightly, just enough for me to hear my own ragged breathing. The path ahead seemed to narrow. I felt the weight of eyes on me again. Not human, never human, and yet I knew they were patient, waiting for me to step forward or break entirely. I didn't know which was worse. I shouldn't have left the car. The headlights cut weakly through the dark, but the trees swallowed the beams as if the night itself had grown teeth. I could feel it, more than see it, a presence folding itself into every shadow. I tried to convince myself it was just imagination, the way the mind plays tricks when you're alone in the woods at 2 a.m. But the first footprints told me otherwise. They appeared just beyond the gravel shoulder, pressed into the soft earth, small, human-shaped, but impossibly narrow. Not mine, not any size I'd ever seen. I froze. My boots made no sound as I stepped closer. The prints led between two oaks, deep undergrowth, twisting around a fallen log, and then vanished altogether. Just gone. The ground was smooth again, untouched. I gripped my flashlight tighter. Every instinct screamed to leave, to get back to the car, to put some distance between me and whatever was here. But the hum beneath the earth, the same low vibration from the night before, was stronger here. It wasn't threatening, not yet, but it was insistent, pulling me in, guiding me. I followed the prints. The forest thickened. Branches snagged at my jacket. Leaves clung wetly to my hair. Shadows between the trees seemed to lean forward, closer, curious. I could feel eyes on me now. Not one pair, but dozens, invisible yet tangible. I turned my flashlight, slow, deliberate, scanning. Nothing, only trunks, leaves, and the faint glow of moonlight barely scraping the branches. But every time I blinked, I caught movement just beyond the beam, shifting, impossible, always at the edge. The GPS had gone silent. No signal. Blank screen. The car's location. The trail I thought I'd known. All gone. Like the forest had eaten it. My phone, the map, my sense of direction. Useless. The only guide was the instinct driving me forward. Or maybe it wasn't instinct. Maybe it was the whispering pull from the trees themselves. I heard it first as a sound. Soft, almost mournful, carried by the wind. Then again, and again. Not wind, not leaves. Voices, whispers, around me, from all directions. I froze, straining to place them, but the forest had no bounds here. No up, no down. The murmurs seemed to follow the rhythm of my heartbeat. Keep walking, do not stop. I stumbled, trying to move faster, but the prints reappeared ahead. Fresh now, not small, my size, but elongated, like someone had pressed a distorted foot into the soil. My own footsteps echoed louder than they should have, but I could see the imprint of something else beside mine, just a few inches off, always matching my pace. I spun, flashlight slicing through the darkness. Nothing, only the hum, only the trees, only that patient, unseen watcher. The air shifted. I could hear in the leaves, a faint rustle, deliberate, something brushing through the undergrowth. Not running, not stalking, waiting, calculating. My breath hitched. I want to call out, to break the tension with sound, but I couldn't. My voice felt swallowed by the thickness of the night. I whispered my own name. The forest answered with a sound like a mirror cracking. Not a voice, not words, but recognition. Something knew I was here. I pressed on, every step making the ground groan beneath me. Shadows stretched long, bending unnaturally. My flashlight beam caught shapes between the trees. At first fleeting, impossible to hold. A figure hunched low, watching. Another crouched behind a tree that shouldn't have existed just a second ago, and then a movement directly above me. I looked up. Branches, no limbs, shifting just beyond reach, folding in ways that weren't natural. The hum vibrated through my skull. I tried to think logically. Maybe campers? Maybe pranksters? But the prints, the shapes, the folding shadows, none of it fit. The forest didn't follow rules here. It was a living trap, bending the world to something else. Something patient. Something invisible. The whispers became more insistent. Not words I could understand, but syllables that gnawed at memory. Echoes of my childhood. Fragments of voices I should have forgotten. Names I couldn't place. My stomach dropped. I realized these were familiar. Names of people from the county. People missing. People I had investigated. Cases never solved. And the prints led in their direction, deeper into the impossible forest. I stopped, my heart hammering, my hand shaking. The flashlight fell slightly in my grip, and then I saw it. A figure, not fully formed, but unmistakable, between the trees. Eyes reflecting the beam, bright, intelligent. Watching me, holding still, waiting. I raised my voice, demanded it show itself, but the forest answered with silence. The figure remained patient, and I realized with sick certainty I was being guided, not followed, guided. Every turn, every footprint, every whisper, it was deliberate, and every step forward was part of its design. I forced myself to keep moving, tried to ignore the eyes, the whispers, the shifting ground beneath me. But the forest was alive with detail. Leaves rearranged themselves after I stepped. Branches bent to obscure, then reveal paths I couldn't remember taking. Roots twisted underfoot, tripping me again and again. And yet, I felt compelled, as if some internal compass had been overridden by an outside will. A clearing appeared, suddenly. Open yet wrong. The moonlight cut through the trees at sharp angles, illuminating the ground in jagged patches. Prints led directly into the center. I approached cautiously. The air grew colder. The hum thickened, almost solid now, pressing against my ears. And the whispers layered cacophonous, clear enough to decipher. Here, here. I stepped into the center of the clearing. The ground shifted under me. Subtly, my boots sank into mud that hadn't been there before. I looked back, and the trail I'd followed had vanished. No footprints, no path, only dense forest closing in, swallowing light, swallowing distance, swallowing possibility. And then the figure moved, a step closer. Or maybe it had been there the whole time. I couldn't tell. The shadows between the trees rippled like water. Branches bent as though something massive was moving just beyond them. I swung the flashlight again. Gone. Nothing. Only the whispering. Only the hum. Only the forest breathing around me. I tried to retrace my steps, to flee, but the ground betrayed me. Every direction looked the same. Familiar landmarks I remembered. The creek, the rock formation, the old oak had shifted, twisted, replaced with alien forms. And in every shadow I felt it. Eyes, watching, waiting, judging, panic clawed at my chest. I pounded my fist on a tree trunk, demanded the forest respond. The whispers laughed, or maybe that was me, the forest pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. A living organism with patient intent. And through it all, I realized something terrifying. I wasn't lost. I had been allowed to walk here, and now I was trapped. I tried the GPS again. Blank. Tried the radio. Dead. Tried to call out into the darkness. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence, except for the pulse beneath the earth and the whispers in the wind. Every instinct screamed escape. Every rational thought screamed retreat. But something within me, a compulsion I couldn't explain, kept walking. Another set of prints appeared, smaller this time, leading around a tree, across a small ditch I hadn't noticed, and then impossibly a set that matched my own boots perfectly, step for step beside me. I spun. Nothing. Only the forest. Only the impossible geometries of trees bending, shadows folding. And still, The eyes between the trees followed. I stumbled forward, breath ragged, chest on fire, mind unraveling. The clearing opened into another, larger, darker, colder. Shapes moved at the edges of my vision. Eyes glimmered, unblinking. I realized with a hollow certainty. They were not human, not in form, not in thought. Yet they had memory. They had patience. They had intent. I felt them converge, silently, around the clearing. And I understood, as the whispers pressed into my mind, that I was no longer a visitor. I was the prey. Or worse, I was a test. Every footprint, every whisper, every impossible turn had led me here. To this point, I tried to fight, tried to scream, but my voice cracked and the forest swallowed it. I pressed my back against a tree, searching for an exit that didn't exist. The whispers layered, forming patterns I could almost understand. Names, dates, places. I recognized one, a missing boy from last summer, a family who never found him, and the footprints, impossibly, were his and mine and something else. The hum became unbearable, a drum inside my skull. I sank to my knees, hands over my ears. Shaking, the shadows crept closer, folding, stretching, rearranging themselves. And then, as suddenly as it began, the clearing emptied. The eyes vanished. The whispers fell silent. The hum faded to a low vibration. I was alone, or I thought I was. The trail reappeared in front of me, prints leading forward. The forest no longer hostile, only patient, waiting. I understood now. I had been allowed to survive, to move, to learn, to see. I stood, hands trembling, boots caked in mud, and I walked forward into the unknown, knowing the forest had eyes, always watching, always remembering, always guiding. And somewhere in the shadows between the trees, something waited. I never expected to find a clearing. The trees had been thick for what felt like hours, a wall of black trunks pressing close, branches scratching at my jacket, undergrowth clinging to my boots. And then, suddenly it was gone. The forest opened before me like someone had cut a hole in reality itself. Moonlight poured down in pale sheets, spilling over a patch of ground that felt too orderly, too intentional. My flashlight shook in my hand. I tried to take a step forward, but the soft soil was littered with objects, abandoned backpacks, a cracked thermos, a pair of worn sneakers, some old rope. Each item looked untouched, yet strangely aged as if it had been here for years. The air smelled of damp earth and old wood, but beneath it lingered something faintly metallic. Blood? I didn't dare get close enough to confirm. Eerie symbols were etched into tree trunks, rings of bark stripped away to form jagged shapes. I didn't recognize them, no language I knew, but they pressed against my mind, pulling at the edges of my thoughts. My stomach turned, my throat tight. Every instinct screamed to leave, but curiosity, stubborn and foolish, pushed me forward. Footsteps, mine, echoing oddly in the clearing, though the ground was soft. But then another set, lighter, smaller, following my path exactly. I spun, flashlight cutting across the open space. Nothing, only the pale moonlight, the abandoned gear, the strange symbols. And yet, the feeling persisted. Someone or something was here, watching, waiting. I picked up a backpack, ripped canvas, a faded logo I didn't recognize. Inside, a notebook. The pages were filled with messy handwriting, diagrams, and sketches of me. My face, my figure, my car parked at the edge of the forest. The handwriting wasn't mine. It was deliberate, obsessive, as if whoever had written it had been studying me for weeks, maybe months. My hand trembled. I dropped it, and it fell open on the ground, pages fluttering like dying wings. The clearing itself felt wrong. The trees around it leaned inward, forming a natural barrier, a cage of sorts. The moonlight only hit the center. The edges were dark, unnatural, as though shadows had waited here. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, ragged, echoing in the still air. Every sense screamed that I was not meant to be here, that this place had been waiting for me. I noticed markings on the ground, circles, lines, odd shapes carved into the dirt. I stepped around them carefully, heart hammering, As I did, the symbol seemed to shimmer faintly, catching in the moonlight. The hum returned, low, vibrating in my chest and my skull. It wasn't loud, but it was there, unmistakable. The same pulse I had felt when following the footprints. And then I realized the objects, the symbols, the clearing itself, they weren't just here. They had been arranged for me. I stumbled backward, tripping over a coil of rope. It struck the ground with a soft thud, and for a moment, the clearing seemed to respond. Shadows flickered. Shapes shifted between the trees at the edge. Eyes glimmered. Not human, not entirely. And they were patient, observing, waiting for my next move. I tried to pull myself together, scanning the perimeter. The forest beyond the clearing looked normal, almost comforting compared to the unnatural stillness inside. I wanted to run. I wanted to flee. But then I noticed something that rooted me in place. A figure hunched, draped in rags, sitting cross-legged among the abandoned items. Its head was lowered, hands resting on its knees. And then it lifted its head. The face wasn't fully formed, blurred, shifting in the moonlight, yet it fixed me with attention. I felt naked under its gaze, every thought, every fear laid bare. I swallowed hard, trying to form words, but my voice caught in my throat. The figure didn't move toward me. It didn't move at all, but the clearing seemed to contract around me, pressing closer, making the air thick. I could hear the hum more clearly now, vibrating through my chest. It was no longer just a sound. It was a presence, alive, patient, aware. I stepped back. The ground beneath my boots had changed. The soft soil was now slick, almost muddy. Each step left prints that shimmered faintly, reflecting moonlight in a way that made them look alive. And then the prints began to multiply. Not just mine, not just a smaller pair that followed me here, but others. Hundreds of tiny footprints weaving around the clearing, forming patterns I couldn't comprehend. A sudden movement caught my eye. One of the backpacks shifted, just slightly, as if something inside had moved. My hand tightened around the flashlight. The figure remained still, face blurred, eyes fixed, and then a whisper, so soft I thought I'd imagined it. Closer. I froze. The word echoed in the clearing, reverberating off the strange symbols. Closer to what? To it? To the edge of the forest? To something I couldn't see? My heart pounded, every nerve screaming. I wanted to leave, but my feet wouldn't move. I realized I had been lured here, not by curiosity, not by duty, by something deliberate. I stepped toward the figure, irrationally, drawn by a mixture of fear and fascination. Each step made the ground shift slightly, the symbols glowing faintly in response. The smaller footprints reappeared beside me. Step for step, I glanced down. No one was there, but the prints matched mine perfectly. The figure's head tilted slightly. A whisper again. See? I tried to back away, but my boots sank into mud I hadn't noticed, anchoring me to the ground. The clearing pulsed with quiet energy, the hum now a tangible force, pressing in from all sides. And then I saw it. Objects moving subtly as if guided by invisible hands. A thermos rolled toward the center. A sneaker shifted upright. The notebook flipped open to a page with a sketch of me. This very clearing, symbols included. The handwriting was precise, deliberate, watching, knowing. I stumbled backward, tripping over a tree root, and the figure finally moved. Not toward me, not at all, but it raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed at one of the symbols etched into the ground. The hum intensified. The clearing seemed to lean in closer. Trees bending, shadows stretching unnaturally. My pulse raced. Every fiber of my being screamed danger. And yet, I couldn't look away. Something snapped in me then. I realized the clearing wasn't just a location. It was a message, an instruction, a trap, a test. Every object, every symbol, every whisper, every footprint had been arranged for me. And if I didn't obey, I wouldn't leave. Not like this. Not alive. The figure shifted again, disappearing almost completely into shadow, leaving only the blur of its face. The whispers layered, now multiple voices, speaking in unison. Understand, follow, survive. My head spun. The hum throbbed, echoing in my chest. I took a hesitant step forward, toward the symbol it had indicated. My boots squelched in the mud, leaving prints that glimmered like wet metal. I bent over, tracing the symbol with my fingers. The earth pulsed beneath my touch. The whispers fell silent for a heartbeat, and then a single word, clear, resonant. Now. I looked up. The clearing had shifted again. Moonlight was brighter. Shadows rearranged, objects aligned differently. The path forward was now obvious, illuminated in pale light. The figure remained, blurred, patient, watching me make the choice. Every instinct screamed to run, but I moved forward, step by step, following the guidance of the impossible clearing. As I walked, I noticed subtle details I hadn't before. The shapes in the dirt weren't random. They formed patterns, lines leading towards something deeper in the forest. Objects along the edges of the clearing seemed to pulse in time with a hum, and the air itself carried weight, a living pressure pressing against me, guiding me, testing me. I reached the far edge. The clearing opened to a narrower path, just wide enough for me to pass. The symbols faded behind me. The footprints vanished, and the objects returned to stillness. The figure was gone. The hum receded, leaving only the quiet whisper of wind through leaves. But the forest still felt alive, watching, remembering, and I knew, without knowing how, that the clearing would not be the last test, that something waited deeper, more patient, more deliberate. I looked back once. The clearing shimmered faintly, a place out of step with reality. It had been here for me, or perhaps waiting for everyone, and I realized, cold in my chest, that I had been allowed to leave, not because I had survived, but because it wanted me to know, to understand, to see. I stepped into the narrower path, heart racing, senses alert. The forest around me seemed normal again, but I knew better. The impossible clearing had marked me. The shadows, the objects, the whispers, they were patient. They would return, and I would have to meet them, somewhere deeper in the night, somewhere further from what I thought was safe. I thought the forest would end. I thought I could follow the road out, head back toward the county line, toward something familiar. But the trees, they wouldn't let me leave. Every path I took twisted, bending in ways I knew they hadn't before. Rocks, roots, fallen logs. They shifted underfoot, or perhaps I misremembered. The moon hung low, pale and indifferent, illuminating the trail with a sickly silver light that made shadows seem longer, almost sentient. I pressed forward, flashlight scanning, boots crunching on dry leaves that felt thicker here. Unnaturally so. Every few steps I glanced at my GPS, but the screen flickered, numbers and coordinates warping, as if the device itself couldn't agree with the world it was reading. The county line should have been just ahead. I'd memorized the landmarks, the curve of the creek, the ridge of the hill, the lone pine leaning over the fence. But none of it made sense. The landmarks were wrong. Or maybe I was wrong. A sudden gust of wind rattled the trees, and for a heartbeat, I thought I heard laughter. Not human, not friendly, sharp and dry, like leaves scratching against metal. My pulse spiked, and I took a deep breath, trying to steady the shaking in my hands. The GPS blinked again, coordinates changing. The arrow spun, circling endlessly, mocking me. I cursed under my breath. I had been here before, hundreds of times on patrols like this, yet now the forest had rewritten itself. I tried to follow the old dirt road. My tires had worn grooves etched into it over years of use. But the path wasn't there, or it was fractured. Multiple tracks branched off, overlapping, blending into forest floor, each one leading somewhere different, yet none leading me home. I stopped the truck, flashlight slicing through the darkness. The silence pressed in thick and heavy, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Something moved, just at the edge of the light, a flicker, a branch snapping, a shadow sliding between the trees. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me not to move, but my eyes kept searching. The clearing I had passed earlier, the one with the symbols and the objects, felt like it had collapsed behind me, erased, leaving only memory. I had to be imagining it. I had to. I started walking again, boots crunching, the air crisp and damp. My flashlight caught a flash of white at the corner of my eye. I spun. Nothing. But then the wind carried a faint scent, smoke, or maybe wet earth. Something burnt. I recognized it immediately. A campsite. But no fire, no tent, no person. Just a lingering smell, faint, fading, like a memory that refused to die. The road, or what I thought was a road, twisted again. The trees leaned in, branches entwining overhead, forming a tunnel. I tried to call out, my voice rough, almost swallowed by the oppressive darkness. Hello. My words bounced back, distorted, slow, as if the forest itself were repeating them differently. No answer, only silence. I checked the GPS again. The arrow pointed me forward, but the coordinates no longer made sense. I was supposed to be just over the county line, but the map showed me deep in the woods, deeper than I'd ever been. And then I noticed it. Small footprints, muddy, scattered across the trail. Not mine, not recent. Tiny, deliberate, leading into the darkness. My chest tightened. I had seen this before, patterns of movement. Things following, observing, waiting. A snapping branch sounded behind me. I spun, flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. Nothing. The prints didn't match anything I recognized. They doubled back, looping around, forming strange shapes I couldn't comprehend. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The forest wasn't just twisting paths. It was alive, responsive, and I was part of it. I stumbled over a root, catching myself against a tree trunk. The bark was wet, slick with sap or something darker. The smell hit me, earth decay and something faintly coppery. My mind screamed to turn back, but back was gone. Every step forward felt like walking in a maze I hadn't entered voluntarily. Then I saw it, light, dim, flickering, moving between the trunks. I thought it might be a flashlight, another patrol, someone lost like me. I called out. No answer. The light shifted, stayed just beyond reach, teasing, beckoning. My curiosity, stubborn as it is, pushed me forward. Each step brought me closer, heart hammering in my chest. As I neared, the light flickered out. Darkness swallowed it, and I froze. And then the air changed. Heavy, pressed against my skin, thick with something I couldn't name. The trees seemed taller, closer, bending in ways they shouldn't. Branches scratched against my jacket like hands. The hum returned, not loud, subtle, almost beneath hearing, vibrating in my chest. The forest was aware. I was aware that I was aware, and that awareness terrified me. I kept walking, following a path that didn't exist. Shadows shifted unnaturally, forming shapes at the edge of perception. Faces? Hands? I couldn't tell. My mind wanted to rationalize, to call it exhaustion, hallucination, but instinct screamed otherwise. I had walked these woods hundreds of times. These shapes had not been here before. I came to a small creek, one I recognized, but it flowed backward, water moving against a current I remembered. Stones were stacked in strange patterns along the edge, small cairns pointing in directions I didn't understand. I ran my fingers over them. Cold, wet, unnatural. And then I noticed my own prints, or what I thought were mine. They didn't match. Slightly smaller, perfectly formed. Following my path exactly. I spun around. Nothing. Only the forest. Breathing, waiting. A sudden rustle came from upstream. I trained my flashlight. The reflection of my beam caught on something. Metal. A tin can? I approached cautiously. Inside, a note, wet and smeared. I picked it up. Scribbled handwriting, not mine. Not all paths are yours. Not all exits exist. My stomach dropped. I dropped the note. It landed softly on the mud. I wanted to run, wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The forest had already decided the rules. I tried moving again, taking the path that should have led to the county line. The trees shifted, branches tangling, roots rising. The ground tilted, uneven, betraying me. And then I saw the first sign that chilled me to my core. The fence, the wooden boundary marker I knew so well. The county line sign. Only it wasn't right. Letters reversed, weathered in ways that didn't match my memory. The posts leaned inward, twisted like they had grown that way naturally. I touched it, cold, slick, alive. My pulse thundered. Footsteps echoed behind me. Not mine. Heavy, soft, deliberate. I spun. Nothing. Every shadow seemed to pulse, to breathe, and then I realized the GPS was gone from my hand. Slipped? Stolen? I didn't remember. The device had been here seconds ago, now vanished. Panic clawed at my chest. I was alone. Or at least, I thought I was. I stumbled into an open patch. Moonlight pouring down. Landmarks again, familiar and wrong. The ridge I recognized. The creek bending incorrectly. The lone pine leaning the other way. Nothing matched. I wanted to cry, to admit I was lost. But more than that, I realized I had been watched. All along, from the clearing, from the shadows, from the prints. Every move had been noted. Every choice anticipated. I tried to retrace my steps. Paths folded over themselves. Rocks I had stepped on minutes ago had moved. Leaves I had brushed aside returned to cover my footprints. It wasn't just that I was lost. I was being corrected, guided, shaped. The forest was alive. Not with animals, not with wind, but something older, patient, deliberate. Something that didn't want me to leave the way I expected. I ran, boots slapping mud, branches whipping my jacket, teeth gritted against the panic rising in my throat. And yet, every turn brought me back to the same clearing space I had entered hours ago. Or was it minutes? Time had no meaning here. The moon shifted, shadows bending. I froze again. There it was, a symbol etched into ground, glowing faintly. Not the one from before, not the same clearing. Something new, waiting for me. The hum vibrated through my chest. I realized my heartbeat had synchronized with it. Slow, deliberate, deliberate, deliberate. I was aware, painfully aware, that I was being tested. Every wrong turn, every failed attempt to escape had been orchestrated. Every sensation, every footprint, every rustle in the leaves had a purpose. And the forest itself, it was patient, endless. I stopped at the edge of a ridge. Below, the land should have opened to roads and lights, familiar, comforting. But instead, darkness swallowed it. Trees stretched beyond the horizon, moving subtly, as if breathing. The wind carried whispers, faint, insistent, urging me forward, back, nowhere at all. And I realized with a cold certainty, the forest had no exits, only paths. Paths that changed with every step. Paths that remembered me, followed me, corrected me. Paths I could never take twice. I sank to my knees, hands gripping mud, trying to understand. My mind raced. Exhaustion clawed at my limbs. And yet I had to move. Forward. Anywhere. Away. The forest was alive, and I was its pawn. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief darkness, I swore I saw figures moving just beyond the trees. Not human, not animal, but aware. Watching. Learning. Waiting. I rose. Step by trembling step. I chose a path. One that felt wrong. One that felt dangerous. One that might lead me nowhere. And as I moved, I felt the forest respond. Trees shifting subtly. Shadows pulsing. The hum vibrating faintly in my chest. The path behind me disappeared, leaving only memory and fear. I didn't know if I would find the county line. I didn't know if I would ever escape. But I knew one thing. I could never return the way I came. Never take the same path twice. The forest would not allow it. It would remember. It would watch. And I would carry its memory, patient and deliberate, for as long as I survived. The night started like any other. I slid into the driver's seat, the leather stiff beneath my palms, and flipped on the dash lights. The county road stretched out in black ribbons, headlights cutting narrow paths through the fog. Everything smelled of wet asphalt and pine, the kind of smell that sticks in your lungs long after you're gone. Usually. The radio crackles first, a chorus of static and tired voices. Fellow deputies checking in, swapping reports. Jokes half heard over the static. Tonight, there was nothing. Nothing but the low hum of the engine and the faint whistle of wind through the cracks around the window. I glanced at the radio again. Silence. Just silence. My thumb hovered over the channel button. Maybe it was a dead zone, I told myself. I patrolled this stretch for years. Dead zones exist, but this felt different. The road signs blurred past. Elm Creek County line. Old Mill Road. Names that normally trigger a memory of calls, warnings, stories whispered over morning coffee. But tonight, they meant nothing. The trees pressed closer than usual, their branches clawing at the edges of the headlights. I could feel them, almost leaning in, like the woods were waiting for me to notice. I shook the feeling off. Routine patrol. I'm trained for this. I tapped the mic. Deputy Lang reporting. Nothing unusual on my end. The static hissed, but no answer came. My pulse ticked a little faster. 1, 2, 3. I repeated the call. Still nothing. It's just the night, I told myself. Maybe everyone's at the station, tied up with something big. That's plausible. But plausible didn't calm the sinking pit in my stomach. At the next bend, a flicker in the tree line caught my eye. A shadow, or maybe a figure, standing still, almost dissolving into the trunks. I slowed. Headlights widened the path, sweeping the underbrush. Nothing, not even a deer. Just a low fog creeping along the ground, curling around roots and rocks. My hand tightened on the steering wheel. It's late. You're tired. That's all. The emptiness of the night pressed against me, filling the cabin with a quiet so dense it was almost a presence. I drove on, the radio still dead, and that shadow kept echoing at the edge of my mind. I passed a turn I know well, the old Miller property. Abandoned, doors sagging, windows cracked. Nothing out of the ordinary there either, but the hairs on the back of my neck refused to lie down. I thought about calling it in, asking dispatch if they were having issues. Then I realized my phone was dead. That's unusual too. No signal, no bars, not even the faintest blinking depth. Just the hum of the engine and the darkness waiting outside. I gripped the wheel tighter. What kind of night goes silent like this, when the county is usually alive with murmurs over the airwaves? I reached the bridge over Pine Creek. The water below reflected the moon like molten silver, but it moved wrong. The ripples didn't follow the current. My breath caught. I rubbed my eyes, trying to convince myself I'm imagining it, but the reflection didn't shift, didn't ripple like water does. I forced a laugh at myself. Get together, I muttered, but the words sounded foreign in my own mouth, swallowed by the quiet. Then the engine stuttered, a cough, a hiccup like it was choking. My hands went to controls instinctively. Nothing obvious, nothing mechanical, but the feeling stayed, like the car was aware, reluctant to move me forward. I tried to start again. It roared back reluctantly. I exhaled, shaking. Routine patrol. Nothing unusual. That's all. I scanned the road ahead. A bend. I could just make out the silhouette of an old oak, massive, gnarled, branches reaching down like fingers. Under it, something crouched low to the ground. I squinted. Was it a person? Animal? My headlights didn't penetrate far enough. I blinked and it was gone. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. Just shadows that looked like they were holding their own weight, pressing against the edges of light. I told myself to focus. Patrol is patrol. Check the usual spots. Move on. And yet, each turn of the road felt unfamiliar. Landmarks I knew for years seemed slightly off. The Miller property looked different from memory, its roof leaning more sharply, the windows darker. The bridge over Pine Creek seemed longer, the drop sharper. The night was rewriting itself around me, subtle but insistent. I parked at the lookout above the valley, where the lights of the nearest town should flicker. Nothing, only black, stretching endlessly, with mist crawling along the treetops. My hands rested on the steering wheel, knuckles white. I tried to call again. Dispatch. Radio. Anyone. Nothing. I started to pace inside the vehicle, trying to shake off the pressure in my chest. Each breath felt heavier than the last. And then I heard it. Something faint, almost buried under the hum of the engine. A whisper? No. A rustle. A shift of air that didn't belong. I froze, listening. Nothing. I forced myself to laugh, muttering, "It's just the wind." But the wind doesn't move like a finger tracing a window. Slow, deliberate testing. The hairs along my forearm prickled. I leaned forward, trying to see outside. Fog thickened suddenly, like someone had poured over the valley. Shapes twisted inside it. Faces? Trees? I couldn't tell. It was too quick, too fluid, but it left a weight pressing against my chest. The radio flickered. A crackle, sharp, and then silence. Then again, a static burst, higher, closer. I leaned toward it. Deputy Lang. Anyone. The words caught in my throat. There was a hiss now. A voice beneath the static. Just a syllable at first. My name. Just like that, whispered in the dark. Not over the radio. Not human. Somewhere else. I slammed the mic down. Heart racing. The headlights swung wildly across the trees, catching nothing but moving shadows. Leaves quivering, branches trembling. Nothing human. Nothing that made sense. But that voice that came again. Clearer this time. Lang, like it was calling me from somewhere behind the trees, inside the fog. I started the car again, hands shaking. The road stretched ahead, familiar but unfamiliar. Landmarks seemed to slide along the roadside, subtle at first, then glaringly wrong. The old farm on the left, roof angles that shouldn't exist, barn doors slightly ajar when they should be closed. My stomach tightened. This is routine patrol, I told myself. Nothing unusual. Routine. But routine doesn't whisper your name. Routine doesn't bend the world just enough to make every familiar turn feel like a trap. I try to rationalize. A prank? Someone hiding, watching. No, not possible. The county is quiet. The roads are empty. My pulse thundered in my ears. The voice came again, static-laden, insistent. Lang come. The headlights caught something then. A shape crouched on the road ahead. I slammed the brakes. Tires screamed. The fog swallowed it before I could see, leaving only a faint impression, like a stain in the mist. My hands gripped the wheel, refusing to let go. I tried to call for backup. Radio, phone, nothing. Dead. Silent. Not even static now. Only the whisper in my head. Echoing. The night closed in thick, tangible, as if the darkness itself was moving around me, watching, waiting. I drove on, slowly, eyes darting, trying to memorize the road as it shifted under my headlights. The trees leaned closer with each mile, branches swaying though the air was still. The fog twisted around me, parting in ways it shouldn't, revealing shapes, brief, impossible, gone in an instant. I passed the creek again, water reflecting black sky. Still wrong. Longer. Darker. Still. My pulse raced, heartbeat echoing off the car doors. And then I saw the footprints. Not mine. Small, neat, leading into the woods, leading away from the road. They weren't animal prints. Too precise, too deliberate. I stopped the car, staring. The fog swirled as if mocking me. And then the whisper returned. Not over the radio, not through static. From somewhere I couldn't locate. Behind me? Beside me? Lang. My name again, soft, hollow. I didn't know what to do. Routine patrol. That's all it was supposed to be. But nothing in that moment felt routine. The night was alive, aware, bending around me, waiting to see what I'd do next. I could turn back. I could call for backup again. But the phone is dead. The radio is dead. And somewhere in the mist and the trees, something is watching, whispering. The road ahead disappeared into black velvet. No landmarks. Nothing familiar. Only fog. Only the weight of something patient and observing. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, and whisper my own name just to hear it in the quiet. Routine patrol. That's all. Nothing unusual. And yet, as I drove into the black, I knew this night would not be routine. Something had noticed me. Something had been waiting. And the emptiness on the radio was just the beginning. The headlights cut through the mist as I drove past familiar streets. Or at least, what I thought were familiar streets. The map on my dashboard had guided me here dozens of times. But tonight, I noticed something off. Houses, ones I had never seen before, sat along the roadside, not abandoned cottages or ramshackle barns. Lived in homes. Windows lit warmly, smoke curling from chimneys, cars parked in driveways. Their presence was impossible. The map didn't show them. I tapped the dashboard map again, then my phone. Dead. No signal. The GPS flickered, but when it lit up, it showed a blank grid, as if the neighborhood itself had been erased. I slowed, gripping the wheel tighter. Routine patrol, I whispered to myself, eyes darting from house to house. Yet each house seemed more real than the last, more pressing, almost like they existed just to draw me in. The lawns were perfectly mowed, the mailboxes sturdy and new. There were no signs of recent construction, no crews or trucks. Just there, a movement in one of the windows caught my eye. A figure, standing still, staring directly at me. I froze. It wasn't waving, not moving at all except for the subtle shifting of shadows across their face. The fog hugged the house like a skin, obscuring the details. But the intent was clear. I could feel it. Eyes locked on mine, patient, silent. I blinked and they were gone. Just shadows now. I passed a house with a porch swing gently rocking back and forth. Though the air was still, the squeak of the chain sounded too crisp, too deliberate, echoing faintly against the asphalt. I checked the map again. Still nothing. Not a single house here. Not a street either. Every turn I took should have led me back to familiar landmarks. But the road curved differently. Subtly at first, then more sharply, as if reshaping itself behind me. I tapped the radio. Fingers trembling. Dispatch. Lang here. Aye, nothing. Silence. Not even static. My voice sounded tinny in the cabin. Too loud, too alone. I swallowed and tried again. Anyone copy? Still nothing. Just the engine humming, the tires slicing through mist, and the faint sound of that swing squeaking in the distance. Then the next house appeared. 2 stories, white siding. A carport with a black SUV I didn't recognize. The front door opened slowly, without a sound, and a figure stepped onto the porch. It didn't wave. It didn't move further. Just stood there, head tilted slightly, staring at me. I blinked. The house behind it wasn't on the map. The nameplate on the door said nothing. Only a blank metal rectangle. I swallowed hard. Keep moving. That's all. Check the rest of the streets. Call in if needed. Patrol. Routine. But every turn of the wheel pressed unease deeper into my chest. The houses weren't random. They lined up in a pattern I couldn't place. Perfectly spaced. Every window lit. Smoke from chimneys rose straight up. But no breeze disturbed it anywhere else. The world felt wrong. I passed a small garden with flowers blooming bright under the streetlights. Flowers that shouldn't bloom this time of year. Their scent hit me suddenly. Overpowering, floral, too sweet. My stomach churned. I stopped at a crossroad. Headlights cutting through fog thicker than before. On each corner stood a house I didn't recognize. Perfectly ordinary and horrifyingly familiar at the same time. I had never seen them. Yet part of me wanted to drive up to one, walk inside, ask for a glass of water just to confirm I was awake. My pulse rattled in my ears. Rationality fought panic. I tried to tell myself, this is impossible. Houses don't appear out of nowhere. Streets don't bend themselves. Yet when I checked the street signs, they were unfamiliar too. Names that shouldn't exist. Hawthorne Lane, Wexley Drive. None of them on the county map. None. I pulled over the stop sign, hands tight on the wheel, trying to reconcile what I saw with what I knew. The stop sign seemed taller, darker, and I noticed the metal had no reflective paint, just a dull matte gray. I reached out, touched it, cold, too cold, unnatural. The radio flickered briefly, a burst of static, almost a whisper behind it. Lang, just a syllable, just enough to make me jerk back. My pulse raced, teeth clenching. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The street behind me looked wrong. Houses here were closer together, smaller, windows dark, but smoke still rose from chimneys. I could see shadows shifting, though the street was empty. Empty but alive. I tried to move forward. The SUV behind one house hadn't been there before. Now it was closer. No driver visible, no headlights, no sound. I felt the weight of being observed, pressed in from all sides. I glanced at the houses again. One of the windows opened. A hand emerged. Slow, intentional, not waving, just reaching. I swallowed, tried to convince myself I imagined it. The road bent sharply again, too sharp for memory. 1 second I was on a straight stretch. The next, the houses leaned inward almost like walls. My headlights barely penetrated the fog. The air smelled of wet soil, mildew, and that faint floral sweetness again. Something about the smell made my stomach turn. Something about it screamed of familiarity, but twisted wrong, like a memory stitched poorly over reality. I pressed the accelerator gently. Headlights swinging past houses that seemed to multiply. Every turn revealed more, identical in architecture to the last. White siding, black shutters, lights in the windows. I should have recognized the pattern of streets I patrol nightly. But nothing matched. No stop signs, no mailboxes with names I knew, no streetlights I'd seen before. Just repetition. Infinity. Then, one house caught my attention. A single-story, tan siding, with a rocking chair on the porch. The chair moved again, slowly, rhythmically, but there was no wind. The front door opened, and the figure stepped out. I could see the outline now. Broad shoulders, head bowed, not moving further, just waiting. I swallowed hard. My heart beat fast, threatening to explode. I reached for the mic again. Dispatch. Blang. Silence. Not even static. My voice bounced back from the fog. Alone, I dropped the mic, hand shaking. I tried the door locks, just to feel something real. The car was locked. Heavy. Normal. But outside, the figure shifted slightly. Tilted its head. I couldn't see a face. Just shadow and intent. I started driving again. Slow, deliberate. Each house blurred past like a reel on fast forward. Yet the details were sharp. Mailboxes, shrubs, porches, flowers in bloom, impossibly fresh. A cat darted across the street, too quick, its eyes glowing in the headlights. It vanished before I could react. I felt the presence of the figure behind the window again, though I hadn't seen it move. The feeling pressed against my chest, a quiet weight that made breathing difficult. Another house appeared suddenly. Brick this time, 2 stories, a single porch light flickering. The door opened, and the figure stepped fully into the light. Clear now, slender, tall, and possibly still. It didn't move forward, didn't wave, just waited. I could feel in my bones. The street twisted subtly as I passed it. When I looked back, the figure was closer than before. Not moving, but closer. I checked the rearview mirror. Houses I had just passed were gone, replaced with more unfamiliar ones. Darker, smaller, looming. The fog thickened again. A scent, this time acrid, sharp, like metal and wet earth hit me. My stomach turned. I realized my pulse wasn't the only thing racing. The air itself seemed to vibrate, as if anticipating my next move. I drove on, every turn revealing more houses, more impossible details. Front porches lit, rocking chairs moving, shadows that didn't belong. The map on the dashboard remained blank, the radio silent. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly, I could feel the leather creasing under pressure. And yet, a part of me kept thinking, someone had to live here. Someone had to answer. A dog barking, a light switching on. Anything but silence answered me. And then I saw it, at the end of a cul-de-sac that shouldn't exist, a house that looked familiar. The Miller place, maybe, but wrong. The roof was higher, the windows larger, the porch wider. Smoke curled from the chimney. I felt my throat tighten. I knew this house. I shouldn't, yet I did. And something inside me whispered that if I stopped here, if I knocked, the answer wouldn't be human. I drove past, faster now, heart thundering. The houses stretched on endlessly, repeating, multiplying, mocking familiarity. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of being studied. Every shadow, every rocking chair, every light in a window seemed deliberate. I realized then that the neighborhood wasn't just alive. It was aware. The road curved again, perfectly smooth, yet wrong. I could feel the weight of the houses leaning inward, pressing, guiding me, shaping the path. I glanced back. Windows reflected my headlights, dozens of them, all staring, all waiting. I tried to remember the normal route, the way back, but memory failed me. Nothing matched. Nothing existed except these houses, these shapes, this awareness. And through it all, the whisper returned. Not static, not radio. Somewhere close, intimate, but impossible to locate. Lang. The single syllable slid under my skin. I swallowed hard, pressing the accelerator gently. Routine patrol, I told myself. This is routine. Nothing unusual. Yet, nothing about this night felt routine anymore. The neighborhood stretched into darkness, infinite, impossible. Houses without names, streets without maps, lights that moved and watched. I drove on, knowing that somewhere ahead, the next house, the next figure, the next impossible detail waited. And I knew, deep down, that the map didn't matter. The patrol didn't matter. The night itself had taken control, bending reality into a shape I couldn't predict. And I was trapped inside it, driving forward, because stopping, even for a second, felt like surrendering. I glanced at the dashboard clock, and it made no sense. 1 minute it read 1:17 a.m., the next 1:17 a.m. again. I shook my head, thinking maybe the battery was acting up, maybe the cold had made it glitch. But then I noticed the gas gauge. It hadn't moved. The mileage counter stayed frozen. I could feel it in my chest, a slow pressing, like the world had paused around me, and I was the only thing still moving. The fog thickened outside, swallowing the headlights in the gray haze. My fingers tightened on the wheel. I tried a radio and dispatch, Lang here, requesting status check. Nothing. Not static. Not interference. Just nothing. My throat went dry. Every patrol before this had a rhythm. Check the streets, respond to calls, listen for chatter. But tonight, the rhythm was gone. Gone like it had never existed. I tapped the clock again. It flickered, then froze. My pulse raced. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. I couldn't tell. Time itself seemed fractured. I checked my phone. Black. No signal. No battery life. Not even a low power warning. Just dark. The silence in the cabin felt heavier than the fog outside, like it was made of something solid, pressing against my ears, my chest, my skull. The next house I passed felt wrong. Normal enough. White siding, dim porch light, but the shadows lingered. The porch swing moved slightly, squeaking, though the air was still. I swore it had been still moments ago. Did it move while I blinked? Or had time stretched without me noticing? My hand shook as I adjusted the rearview mirror. The reflection was off. My face elongated slightly. Shadows deeper than they should have been. I tried to focus on the road. A turn ahead, familiar, or at least I thought it was. I'd made it 100 times, patrolled it for years, and yet the bend looked sharper. The trees closer, almost touching my mirrors. A crow landed on the road just ahead and didn't fly away as I approached. Its beady eyes caught the headlights and seemed aware. I slammed on the brakes, heart hammering. It didn't move. I honked lightly. The sound echoed strangely, like it came from inside my own skull rather than the car. The bird tilted its head, still unafraid, then hopped to the side, disappearing in the fog, though the fog hadn't moved. Minutes or hours passed, or maybe it was seconds. I couldn't tell. Every streetlight flickered, paused mid-blink, and then stayed on, bright, unnerving. I checked my watch. Dead. The dashboard clock. Still 1:17 a.m., stubborn, infuriating. I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of it. A normal patrol. I told myself. Nothing unusual. But everything I saw screamed otherwise. The radio crackled suddenly, just a fraction of a second, barely audible. A whisper. Lang. Just that. My hand shook, reaching for my dispatch. Nothing. The static was gone. My car hummed with its engine, alone, the fog thickening outside like a wall. I swallowed hard. The whisper had come from nowhere. I tried to shake it off. Exhaustion, nerves, something real, but I couldn't name it. The street stretched endlessly. Houses appeared, one after another, normal lived in, but wrong somehow. Porches sagged slightly. Lights flickered inconsistently. I passed one house where the porch light was steady when I approached, then dimmed the instant I looked away. I turned back. It was bright again. My stomach churned. The sense of being watched was everywhere now, pressing at my shoulders, whispering through the fog. I glanced again at the dashboard clock. Still 1:17 a.m. I blinked, looked back, 1:17 a.m. The road felt longer, stretching unnaturally, curving in ways I didn't remember. The houses had changed too. Windows were higher, doors wider. Every familiar detail shifted when I wasn't looking. I realized then that time wasn't just slow. It was skipping, fracturing, folding on itself. Every second, everything I knew seemed to bend. I tried to call dispatch again. Lang to dispatch. Something's. Nothing. The silence inside the cabin pressed against my eardrums, heavier than any fog or night wind I had ever felt. My breathing sounded too loud. My pulse rattled against my chest. I gripped the wheel so tight, I could feel the leather stretch beneath my knuckles. Ahead, a streetlight blinked out, then back on, faster than a normal blink, like it had skipped several flashes. The shadows around it seemed to deepen, crawl across the asphalt. I slowed, squinting. I could see a figure, standing in the street. Black coat, head down, not moving, not reacting. I swallowed. My instinct screamed at me to turn around, drive the other way. But when I checked the mirrors, the road behind me had warped. Trees bent, branches arched unnaturally, stretching toward me. There was no escape, only forward. I passed the figure slowly. My headlights caught its face, or the absence of one, featureless, just shadow. And yet, I could feel it watching me, judging. I blinked. It was gone. Just an empty street now, the fog thick, the smell of wet earth and metal in the air. My hand shook. I checked the clock again. Still 1:17 a.m. My stomach twisted. Every house I passed now seemed to have its own rhythm, lights flickering independently, porch swings moving against the still air, doors creaking softly though no wind touched them. I pressed the accelerator lightly. The engine roared, then quieted as if someone pressed a hand over the hood. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. I could feel time stretching and snapping, bending in unpredictable pulses. I glanced at the rearview mirror. A figure now, sitting on a porch, head turned, staring at me, not moving, but the porch, the house, everything around it was slightly shifted from moments ago. My mind tried to rationalize it. Fatigue, fog, exhaustion. But the rational part of me felt small, insignificant. Nothing explained what I was seeing. A sudden burst of light ahead, not from my headlights. Street lights? No, too bright, too pure. My vision caught on it, and the road around it warped. Houses twisted, reshaped, trees leaning at impossible angles. The figure on the porch had vanished. The whisper returned, louder this time, inside my skull. Lang! I swallowed hard, my throat dry. My hands gripped the wheel so tight, I could see my knuckles blanch. The engine felt wrong under me, too heavy, too light, like the car itself had lost time with me. I tried the radio one last time. Silence. No static. Nothing. I passed a house with the front door open slowly. Nobody visible, yet I felt the gaze of someone or something inside. I didn't stop. Couldn't. The road ahead bent sharply, impossibly. 1 second I was straight, the next, the house I had passed earlier appeared again, identical. I blinked. It was the same, and yet different. A detail shifted, a window higher, a porch step lower. Time folded itself around me, twisting, slipping. Minutes passed, maybe hours, or maybe the same second repeated endlessly. My watch, my phone, the dashboard clock, all frozen at 1:17 a.m. I realized then that the world had stopped keeping track of time, and yet I was trapped inside it, moving, feeling, noticing, terrified. I passed a street I knew I hadn't been on. Familiar houses, yet wrong. Smoke from chimneys twisted unnaturally, curling upward and collapsing in on itself. Shadows moved independently, detached from light sources. A branch scraped the roof of my car, lightly, but when I looked, there was no branch, no tree, only the sensation, only the presence of something just beyond comprehension. I tried to slow down. I needed to think, needed to understand, but the road wouldn't allow it. Every turn bent forward. Every street led somewhere else, somewhere wrong. Houses multiplied in impossible geometry. Streetlights blinked with their own rhythm. The whisper of my name circled me, like a predator's breath. I realized I hadn't passed a single car for hours, or maybe seconds. No one was out, not a single life. Yet I felt observed everywhere, by every window, every shadow, every movement of impossible light. My pulse raced, my chest tightened, time skipped, fractured, and the world pressed in, unrelenting. The fog thinned slightly. I could see the headlights of a distant intersection, but the streets had changed. The signs were wrong. Street names I recognized had vanished. Names I didn't know glowed faintly in the mist. I realized then that the world I knew, my world, was gone, replaced by something else. Something alive, aware and patient. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white. The whisper returned insistently. Lang. And in that moment I understood. Time itself had stopped for everything but me. The patrol, the neighborhood, the fog, the houses, the shadows. They all moved in a rhythm I couldn't follow. They waited, watching, testing, and I, trapped in this fractured second, was alone with it. I drove on, knowing there was no return. Every second stretched, skipped, repeated. I didn't know if I had hours or minutes left, or if this frozen moment would last forever. The world outside obeyed nothing. The houses, the fog, the shadows, they all existed in their own clockwork. And somewhere ahead I knew the next impossible detail waited. The next figure, the next whisper, waiting for me to notice, waiting for time itself to skip again. The headlights cut through the fog like knives, but it didn't matter. Dawn never came. I kept driving, hour after hour, or maybe minutes, but the sky stayed the same sickly gray, the same bruised purple at the horizon, a color that didn't belong to any morning I'd ever seen. Every turn I took, every road I knew, seemed to loop back onto itself. Familiar houses appeared again, as if the world had reset, while I blinked, mocking me with their false normalcy. The radio crackled, just a whisper at first. My name, Lang. I froze, hand on the wheel. I knew that voice. It was mine, my own voice, distorted, leaking out of the speaker like something had grabbed it while I slept and warped it. I tried to respond. Lang here. Dispatch, do you copy? Static, then silence. Then the whisper again, clearer this time. Lang. I blinked. The fog outside seemed thicker now, curling in slow, deliberate spirals, smothering the trees, pressing against the car like it had weight. Every time I looked away, the world shifted. A mailbox would appear where there had been nothing. A street sign rotated to a name I didn't recognize, then rotated back when I looked directly at it. I was trapped in a night that refused to end, a loop with no exit. I checked the dashboard clock. 1:17 a.m. Again, every time I looked, it was frozen. My watch dead. My phone dead. Time was a joke, a cruel trick. I had been driving, following roads, watching shadows move, and yet nothing had changed. Nothing had moved except me. The fog seemed alive, writhing, thickening as though it wanted to swallow the car whole. Another whisper, this time louder, more insistent. Lang, Lang, Lang. It came from a radio, then seemed to echo around the cabin, bouncing off the ceiling, vibrating in my teeth. I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles bled through the leather. Who is this? Who is on the line? No answer. Only my voice repeating my name. I tried to rationalize. Maybe a prank? Some signal interference? Fatigue? But nothing explained the repetition, the timing. Nothing explained the houses, the streets. The fog curling like it had purpose. I passed a familiar intersection. Or at least it looked familiar. The streetlight above flickered in a rhythm I didn't recognize. And then I realized the same house I passed 10 minutes ago, or 10 hours ago, was there again, exact down to the cracked step and the swing squeaking in the still air. I slowed, trying to take it all in. The houses were alive, or maybe the night itself was. Every shadow seemed to stretch when I wasn't looking. Every porch light flickered in time with the whispers. I could feel my own panic, rising, spilling over, twisting into fear that had no origin but itself. And still, the road continued to loop. Every turn I took, every road I swore I remembered, bent back toward the same intersection, The same house, the same fog. The whisper changed. My voice now said things I didn't remember saying. You can't leave. It knows you. I froze, heart hammering. It wasn't just calling me, it was warning me, or threatening me. The car felt heavier, as if gravity had shifted inside it. I pressed the accelerator, hoping to escape, but the loop continued. The road was endless, yet contained, like a maze built from memories and fear. A streetlight ahead flickered violently, then went out completely. The darkness pressed against my headlights like a wall. I felt it, heavy and tangible, pushing against my chest, my arms, my mind. The whispers became layered now, multiple voices, all mine, overlapping, arguing, warning, pleading. Lang, stop, don't turn, leave. I covered my ears, but the sound seeped through anyway. The fog thinned slightly. I could see houses ahead, but the architecture shifted subtly. Windows were taller, doors narrower, porches wider. The details changed when I looked away. I passed a house I was sure I'd seen before, only the paint color had changed. Or maybe it hadn't. I couldn't trust my eyes. I couldn't trust my mind. I could only drive, following the loop that refused to break. The radio buzzed again. My voice, louder, now panicked. Lang, listen, you're not alone. My own words used against me. I slammed the wheel into the side of the road, trying to shake the sound out, but it only echoed more, distorted, impossible. The fog thickened, curling around the car like smoke, the world narrowing into the space inside my headlights. A figure appeared ahead, standing in the middle of the street. Still, watching, I hit the brakes. My heart stopped. It was me, or someone who looked exactly like me, hunched slightly, coat collar raised, face hidden. I blinked. The figure vanished, but I could feel its presence, lingering, following, waiting. The road stretched ahead, twisting impossibly, houses morphing, shadows sliding across asphalt that shouldn't exist. I tried calling dispatch one more time. My own voice on the line, distorted, shouting my name, warning me. You can't leave. You're not leaving. The words made no sense, yet felt true. I gripped the wheel so tight my fingernails dug into my palms. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. The car hummed like it was alive, vibrating under my hands, responding to fear that filled me. I passed another house. Lights flickered inside. I swore I saw someone, or something, watching me from a window. A figure, featureless, still. My headlights caught a flash of movement behind it, and then nothing. My pulse throbbed in my ears. Time was meaningless. The loop stretched on forever. A night that refused to end, a world that refused to obey. I realized I was driving in circles. The same intersection, the same house, the same fog. Only the details changed, the windows, the doors, the shadows, the whispers. But the loop itself remained. I was trapped in a night without dawn, a world without relief, a sky that refused to brighten. The whispers became a chorus. Every version of me, every echo, layered, overlapping, pressing into my mind. Lang, Lang, Lang. They spoke warnings, accusations, commands. I couldn't distinguish my own thoughts from theirs. My grip on reality slipped. My pulse raced. The world outside the car moved in impossible rhythms, time fracturing, looping, bending around me like a living thing. I passed a house that had been dark before. Now the lights flickered in a pattern I recognized, my own pattern. Someone or something was mimicking me. I slammed on the brakes. My own voice screamed through the radio, in a tone I didn't recognize. Don't turn around! I spun the wheel instinctively. The road twisted. The house stretched. The fog thickened. I realized I couldn't escape the loop. It wasn't just a road. It was a trap, a corridor of night, alive and aware. My vision blurred. I could see multiple versions of the road ahead, each slightly different, overlapping. The houses shifted like living things, doors breathing, windows watching. Shadows slid independently of light. The whispers intensified, overlapping, echoing endlessly. Lang, Lang, Lang. Every word a chain, binding me to this night that would never end. I tried to stop, but the car refused. The accelerator pressed itself. The brakes became heavy. My own hands felt like strangers. Time had no mercy. The loop continued, winding, bending, folding. The fog swallowed everything beyond a few feet, but inside it, I could feel the presence of something vast, watching, patient, waiting. I passed a street I swore didn't exist. Houses appeared out of nowhere, lights flickering, shadows moving with intent. The whisper spoke in my own voice. You belong here. You never leave. I slammed my head against the steering wheel. My pulse rattled in my ears. The loop pressed closer, tighter, unyielding. I realized in the truth. The world had stopped for everyone but me. The night stretched endlessly, folding time into impossible patterns, trapping me in a version of reality that obeyed only the rules of fear, echoes, and whispers. Dawn would never come. Morning would never arrive. I was alone, and yet surrounded by versions of myself, mocking, warning, pleading, accusing. The fog began to swirl faster, curling into shapes that resembled faces, bodies, fleeting figures. I passed a house where the door opened slowly, inviting me, or daring me, to enter. I didn't stop. I couldn't. The road looped endlessly. My own voice on the radio whispered secrets I didn't know I had, prophecies I didn't want to hear. Minutes, hours, seconds, all blended. The loop pressed on. Every familiar street became unfamiliar. Every house became alive. The whispers became omnipresent. I was the only moving thing, the only heartbeat, the only observer in a night without end. The world itself seemed to wait, to test me, to trap me in the endless, repeating hours. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white. My pulse rattled. The fog thickened. The houses twisted and shifted. The whisper screamed. And I realized, with a clarity that made my stomach turn, that I wasn't escaping. I wasn't moving forward. I wasn't awake. I was trapped inside the night. The loop, the whispers. Morning would never come. And somewhere ahead in the fog, the next impossible street waited. Another house, another whisper, another fragment of time broken and looping, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to drive, waiting for me to be consumed by the night that would never end.